Oh, 1, 2, 3, check. Welcome everyone. Hello. It is indeed Thursday. And I'm feeling a little bit sleepy, but I haven't started the caffeine yet, so don't worry about me, okay? We're gonna crack this tea open. Oh, my poor plant. You guys, I don't know if my plant is gonna make it. So on Tuesday, I'm going to tell you this story on the starting soon screen because I'm going to eat a snack really quick. On Tuesday, Backlog baby knocked over the plant that sits next to me. You know, that's a good question, Hot Dog. Welcome in. It's some kind of, you know, it's one of them. Maybe it's a snake plant? It's one of them, rigid, strong, bladey leaf joints. You know? I was carrying Backlog baby into the room to get started for out to lunch on Tuesday. And he has the craziest, wildest, strongest legs ever. And somehow, he swung his legs so hard that he kicked one of the stalks of the plant, and that was enough momentum to knock the entire pot over onto the floor of this carpeted room. And obviously, you know, I'm not going to get mad at him for that. He's 5 months old. He doesn't know what the heck he's doing. But it really sucked. And the plant is like back in the pot, and it's upright, and none of the stalks like broke or anything, but it just doesn't seem like it's G to G. Like the longest stalk is just kind of like super wobbly, and like a precarious, poorly designed action figure, I have to like move it around a little bit so that it balances in the right spot, because if it leans one way, it'll just kind of fall all the way over. And like it clearly feels like I could just pull it out of the dirt. Like I could just pull it right out of the dirt. It's not like firmly rooted in there, you know? So I don't know, maybe after like a couple of waterings, it'll settle back down because all the dirt is still like loose and stuff. But the issue with that is that this plant isn't supposed to get watered very often. So like a couple of waterings for the dirt to settle could be like 2 months from now. So we'll just see what happens, I guess. We've had a couple of plants just kind of like bite the dust over the last year or so. We were really thriving for a while, and then we've had some bad runs in the last year or so. What's up, Sness? How you doing? Yeah, we're playing some tactics. Little JRPG Friday on a Thursday, like we tend to do. I'm just pounding a granola bar really quick. You were almost very scared this morning? What happened? Oh God. That is a scary moment. See, I don't have to worry about that because I am a bidet boy. And I'm gonna gloat about it. I've actually had that happen. Oh, really? Interesting. I use like microfiber cloths because the wet Yeah, I don't just like use the bidet and walk away. That's crazy. But if I try to dry off with the toilet paper, I end up with just like, well, this is probably too much information, but like, basically, if I try to dry off a wet booty with toilet paper, I just end up like, I just have my hand in my butt at that point, because like the toilet paper just kind of like falls apart. Because my bidet uses like a lot of water, I guess. Like there's a lot of water hanging out. So I have like a stack of like microfiber towels. And that's what I use to dry off. Hi, Nemo. 400 bucks? That's wild. Yeah, I don't have anything fancy. I don't have like a dryer or a heated seat or anything like that. We just have a Tushy. I bought a Tushy in 2020. Yeah, that's nuts. I actually don't know that I would want the water warm. I've grown to really enjoy the cool water any time of the year. Like even in the winter, I welcome the cool water. So I'm good on that. Oscillate and pulse feature. Hold on. What are we doing? I mean, what are we doing there? Adjustable angle, sure, that makes sense, but an adjustable pressure, obviously you gotta have that. But oscillating and pulse feature, what are we doing? That's kind of concerning, actually. I don't know what's going on there. Anyways, that's enough bidet talk. Let's go over here. How we doing, folks? It's another Tactics Thursday. That's been your bidet minute with the Backlog bidet boys. It's red tea today. This is the hibiscus agua de Jamaica flavor. My personal favorite one. The regulars are probably sick of me saying this because they've heard it so many times, but this flavor used to be the only decaf flavor that Weird Tea had. And I would buy a case of it just because I liked the taste of it so much. But it was like, this one doesn't have like the caffeine kick, which is usually what I drink this for. So this is just like a different thing. But then they reworked their whole lineup. There's no more decaf, and they put caffeine in that one. So now it's like, yay. It's so good. But then they added another flavor, and now that one's my favorite. And this one's my number 2. Okay, let's see. I feel like there's some housekeeping thing that I forgot. Oh. All right. I got the Switch 2 pre-ordered last night. Thank goodness. That was a frickin' roller coaster. Hot Dog was there. We were all in the Discord, like, talking to each other, scrambling, trying to get it pre-ordered. And we were having a hell of a time. Which, it sounds like most people were having a hell of a time. And Sarah brought up an interesting point. I don't remember the Switch 1 being this difficult to pre-order. Which, you know, obviously recency bias is like a huge factor there. But I don't think I pre-ordered it like right at midnight at some like appointed time. I think it was like somebody told me like, oh yeah, by the way, the Switch pre-orders went up, and I was like, oh god. And like I was still able to get one. Scalper bots were much less refined. That's a good point. And then the pandemic kind of ramped up. Yeah. Well, and I had Twitter open. I normally never look at Twitter, but I had Twitter open because I was following like, you know, Best Buy didn't go up at the time that it said it was going to. So I just wanted to keep track of like people saying that they got through and on which sites and if certain sites were selling out, you know, that kind of thing. So it was really useful to just like kind of monitor that. And there were people posting like, all right, got in on such and such site, just need to get one more. And I'm like, what? And there was so many people. Like, I must have seen at least a dozen people who were like getting like 2 and 3 system pre-orders. And I was like sitting there like pleading to the universe to let me in. And I was like, curse you. And, you know, maybe they're not scalpers. Maybe they just have, you know, maybe they're just a wealthy family that wants to buy one for each kid or each room or whatever. Yeah, and that's a good point too, SNES. Like, despite all of the struggles, most of the people that I talked to that tried to get one did get one, other than the people who were just like, this is frustrating, I'm going to bed. Hot Dog didn't get one. Brack didn't get one, but Brack was like, this is dumb, I'm going to bed. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't like as disastrous as the actual opening up of the pre-orders. Like, I'm sure most of the people that were like diligently like refreshing like I was probably got one, but even still, like, it's just not how the process should be. Like, that whole song and dance that we went through last night is so normalized, and it totally shouldn't be. You know? Like, they haven't made any Switch 2s yet. They posted about how they were like gonna go to production soon. Like, you could do it just like so many other things. Like, why can't it just be like an open pre-order? You could even put people in order, so that if you're the, you know, 1,012th person and there's only 1 million consoles, oh, sorry, you know, you're 12th in line when we make another 1 million. I mean, I guess it wouldn't work quite so easily because of they have to distribute it to retailers. But yeah, I don't know. It's clearly not done in an optimal way, and like none of the retailers' websites were ready for it, which always happens. Nintendo doesn't have retail shops in the West. Well, I want to say that Nintendo tried doing direct pre-orders for something not too long ago, and it was a disaster. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't the Switch, so it wasn't like hardware, but there was something Nintendo made within the last like 2 years, and the only way you could pre-order it was through like the Nintendo website, and it was completely borked. I can't remember what it was. If it was like a certain game or an accessory. Maybe it was the Switch OLED? I think that's a little too long ago for it to have been the Switch OLED. Because I think it was more recent than that, but I'm glad that Nintendo didn't try to take it on, because like if Walmart and Target and Best Buy and whoever else couldn't handle all the traffic, there's no way that Nintendo could have handled all the traffic. So that was a smart choice. It's got to be spread out. But yeah, the lottery idea is interesting, because you could let people like us go in at midnight and like jam our way into the line, and then you could say, okay, and now we're gonna do it again when everybody wakes up at like, you know, 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, and then we'll let all those people jam themselves in line, you know, and then maybe we do another one in the afternoon, and you could just do it like every 8 hours for like 2 days, and people could go to the one that they're, you know, the most able with whatever their schedule is, and then you could take like the front 100 people, like the first 100 people to get in from each group, and those are like the first 1,000 people. You know, like that kind of makes sense to me. A little bit. Obviously, the people who were, you know, 101st in the first group would be mad that somebody who was first in the 9th group is ahead of them because it was like 24 hours later. But yeah, I don't know. Just like make enough and let everybody get one is really the answer. If you have a Nintendo Online account, just go click a button to enter a lottery. Yeah, yeah, and the lottery thing is nice because you could enter at any time and like before the appointed time. It's like, hey, get your lottery, you know, throw your name in the bucket before we draw the names out of the bucket, rather than the other way around. Like, okay, the bucket's open. Put your name in the bucket now. Yeah, I don't know. People always accuse Nintendo of like artificial scarcity. And I think they definitely did engage in that intentionally back in like circa 2012, 2013, 2014 when like Amiibo were coming out and the whole Fire Emblem Awakening debacle. And you know, yeah, like certain limited things like Mario 3D All-Stars where they literally say, oh, this is a timed thing. But I don't think that they engage in that necessarily with everything. And with how unique this hardware situation is, they're definitely not doing that with the Switch 2. Like, the Switch 2 is super expensive for a piece of Nintendo hardware. It's by far the most expensive piece of Nintendo hardware ever made, even adjusted for inflation. Like, it's not even close. And Nintendo is definitely not happy about that. Nintendo wants their console to be less expensive. They're making it more expensive because of how the market is right now, and they definitely aren't happy about that. I feel like I can say that very confidently. And because they're in that situation, they definitely need to sell as many consoles as possible. They don't want the artificial scarcity. The hype is not worth more to them than actual, like, flow of capital. So, right, exactly. Yeah, they're like, okay, this could just get worse. So we have to like build that into our pricing. You know, they could have priced it at $349 and like sold it at a loss if there was any indication that like the situation was going to calm down or get better. But they had to hedge their bets. Exactly. Yeah. So they had to build that into the price. Like, okay, this could be, you know, this is bad now, but it could be 100% worse in like a month or a week. So, you don't necessarily agree with that affecting the price. Go on. Hey, what's up, Doc? How you doing? It's based on the value of the products. I mean, obviously it's not completely black and white. It's definitely more complicated than that. But it is definitely a direct consequence of the larger market volatility. Not necessarily just tariffs, but like just everything. Like the stock market and like everything just being like so woo is kind of more my point, not necessarily just the tariffs. Yo, what's up, Fallen Saint? Fallen Saint, how you doing? I was able to secure a Switch 2 last night. I got very hopeless after about 45 minutes. It was not looking good. But I ended up getting the pre-order from the place that I had originally wanted to get the pre-order from. The only thing I didn't get was a different bundle that I was hoping to get. But I'm fine with that. I really don't think that accessories are going to be hard to find at launch, especially at a midnight launch. I was able to get in through Best Buy after about an hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, congrats to you. Glad you were able to get in as well. My strategy, I wanted to get it through Best Buy because I knew that they were doing a midnight launch and I want to get it at midnight. And the other places, in addition to not doing a midnight launch, they also like ship it to you, which just makes my anxiety go through the roof. I don't want that thing in the mail. In addition to not getting it like right when it comes out. The PS2 menu looks like I've aimed the camera at the ceiling light. Yeah, there is like it's like I'm trying to take a picture for eBay and there's like a big white spot on the object. How you doing, Mez? Yeah, that's it. That's definitely a factor, SNES. That's an interesting theory, that it's the graphics chip. But, like, even if it wasn't NVIDIA, it would still be a factor, right? Obviously, NVIDIA is, like, the premier brand. But I would imagine that, like, you know, a lot of Nintendo hardware has used NVIDIA chips. So I don't know that NVIDIA has quite enough leverage to, like, gouge Nintendo a little bit. Maybe they do. Maybe they really do have that level of market share and leverage to be like, hey, if you want our graphics chip, let's go, Nintendo. Like, obviously they're not getting it for free, but I would think that there's kind of a give and take there. Like, especially because Nintendo out and out says who makes their graphics chip. Like, that definitely counts for something. You think original Joy-Con will work with the Switch 2? Yes. I don't know if they've confirmed that out and out, Fallen Saint, but I'm taking that as a given as well. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was confirmed. You just, you know, you can't connect them to the same Joy-Con grip, but I think they'll sync wirelessly, no problem. Yeah, and it's Bluetooth on Bluetooth. Yeah, so, like, them not allowing it to be used would just be straight up gatekeeping and money grubbing. Yo, what's up, Tom? How are you doing? Did you go for a Switch last night? Did you get one? I'm just assuming that everybody here is a Nintendo nerd that was blasting their F5 key last night. All right, let's get into the game here, shall we? We're here to play Final Fantasy Tactics today, which is not a Nintendo game. And I'm very excited. I'm gonna have to turn my speakers down a little bit. No rush on the Switch 2 for you. Yeah. I think a lot of people are very happy to wait. There's definitely good motivation to wait. Oh, hey, Nermi. Hello, fellow Switch pre-orderers. I gotta turn my speaker down. I had to turn it up so loud for the PS3. The PS3 is, like, kind of a quiet system, and then I think also the, like, cinematic volume of Uncharted. I'm gonna have to bump up the game capture audio the next time we play Uncharted. I went back to the VOD last night for a really dumb reason, and I was like, wow, the game is really quiet, so I'm gonna have to bump it up. I told y'all to yell at me about it, but nobody did. But yeah, it was kind of quiet. But this game's plenty loud. This is also, like, probably the loudest screen in the game by a mile. Hey, Kay, how are you? Nice to see you. Kay is also journeying through Ivalice right now. We're Ivalice friends right now. Kay's playing Final Fantasy 12. Have you played this, Kay? Ivalice enjoyers. Okay, so let's see. This is the screen that we do recaps on. This is our recap song. So, if you haven't been here before for Tactics, we have a notes cam, and it freezes a lot. But I'm taking very fastidious and intense notes in my spiral notebook here. I have various markers and highlighters for a color coding system that I've devised to help me keep track of all sorts of things in here. So at the top of every stream, I go through whatever we did the last time and get us back up to speed, both for my sake and for yours. Last week was absolutely zero story, character, anything. So, you know, normally we have, like... Oh, the camera's already frozen. Excellent. Someday I'll do something about this. You haven't played this, you want to. Yes, you do want to. So usually I have like pages and pages and pages of notes like this for a stream day, and I kind of go back through them. Well, the reason for that is because I'm like writing stuff down about what happens in the story and characters, and I have like a question system where I ask kind of semi-rhetorical questions to the game, and I highlight them because I want to go back later and be able to, one, see what was going on in my mind at the time, like what was I thinking at that moment, and then also to be able to go back and see, did the game answer this question or not? Like, is this something that gets revisited in the plot or not? And that's not like any kind of like grading system on the game. Like, the game has to answer my questions in order to be good or well written or anything like that. It's just a fun thing that I'm doing. But the last stream was just grinding. So 2 streams ago of this game, I devised a little plan. We've been working on unlocking some of the remaining job classes, and also kind of like working towards a specific one, which was Ninja. We haven't really gone out of our way to do any grinding in this game, and I didn't want to. I want the game to be challenging. I don't want to just arbitrarily grind because it's fun or because I want to. Because I'm afraid that I'll make the game less challenging to a point where I enjoy it less. And I don't know if that would happen. Maybe this game is hard enough where we have to grind or whatever. I don't know, and I don't want to know. But I'm trying to avoid grinding. There's also this calendar system where every time you move like one location to the next, a day goes by in game. And I have no idea what that means, but it gives me like a certain level of awareness that like there's probably something that's based off of that. And I don't know if it's like getting a certain ending of the game or what, but it's got its hooked in me to the point where I want to keep that as reasonably low as possible and not just like spend a in-game month, grinding or whatever. So we needed to go to a specific location on the map to shop for a specific type of equipment before we advanced to the next story point. And it was going to take me 6 in-game days to go down to that location and then back. And along the way, there were locations where we could potentially get in random encounters. So I figured, well, if I'm gonna go down there to get this equipment and come all the way back, it behooves me to make sure that I land on every single one of those possible encounter tiles and intentionally get an encounter so that I can get like the max bang for my buck, the maximum reward for taking that trip, right? If I was trying to save time, I would save scum so that I didn't get a battle, right? Because there's a random chance every time you pass one of these tiles or locations, I don't know why I'm calling them tiles, that you'll either get in a battle or you won't. And we usually save every time we move one dot for whatever reason, because we either need to save scum so that we do get a battle or save scum so that we don't get a battle. Usually it's don't, but this time it is do. And we made it down to the shop. We got what we needed to get. We're on our way back up. We still have 2 more random encounters to go before we get back to Dorter Trade City and can go for new story content finally. So my notes from the last stream are literally just these 2 little paragraphs right here. All right, the camera's really taking a seat now. Let me try something different. I believe the issue is not with the camera, but with the USB extender that I'm using, and I just haven't bought another one to try it. So yeah, this is it. There's no story notes, it's just me recording. The yellow marker is for saves. So every time I save, I write down which save slot in yellow, and then I basically write a description of the save. Like, what does that mean? Because when I look at it here, I don't know that, like, oh, this is the save that I did before that random battle, and then this is the save that I did after that battle, and I, like, changed my abilities or whatever. So I take little notes there. And then in between streams, you'll remember from last week, if you were here, that one of the random tiles was actually giving us a lot of trouble. Every time we landed on it, we'd get a different mob of enemies, and some of them were really, really challenging. And then on top of that, we also had a couple of our characters in kind of like non-permanent transitionary job classes that we were just trying to get a little bit of JP for on our way to something else. So they weren't really optimized, and they were a little bit weaker. So that was a bad combination. And basically we were in a situation where if somebody died, we'd have to reset because we didn't have anybody with us that could bring characters back. Or we had one character that could bring people back, and if he died, you know, whatever. Yo, what's up, Broken Quest? What's up, Halo Killer? Welcome in, y'all. Oh no, Stick Drift. The bane of our existence. Yeah, that was the encounter with the bull demons, yeah. Sometimes we'd get 2 bull demons, sometimes we'd get 1, but with 2 time mages that also had, like, summons. And then one time we got 4 bull demons. So I died on that battle like 3 times towards the end of the stream, and I was like, I'm gonna do this one off stream. So I did that one off stream. The Berryhouse Valley Rando, and then I also changed around the party configuration. We're in some different jobs. I did some JP spending. And then after that was Zaland. So I went ahead and went to Zaland and shopped, changed out some of our equips, and fully prepared us for the next random encounter, so that we're going to go right into that as we load in here. So we're going to load save slot 10. We have 15 save slots. That's how many you can fit with a completely empty memory card. And I think it's really cool that the manual encourages you to do that and tells you how many save files you can have. That's very friendly of the manual to be like, hey, this game ain't messing around. Prepare accordingly. All right, so we're on our way back to Dorter Trade City from Lionel Castle. So we did a battle here, and a battle here, and then we went there. And then we did another battle here, and then we went here and shopped. So we got 2 more battles to do on our way back to Dorter. And then this Zaklaus Desert is a dot that we have been to before. I don't know if I want to take a random encounter there or not. I'm going to make the decision once we get back to Dorter. Because I'm starting to feel like we might be pushing it a little bit too much towards over-leveling. But at the same time, I feel like we might as well. The only thing that makes me think don't do it is because we'll be able to top off our supplies here at Dorter. And we would be able to preserve our topped off supplies when we get to Goland for the new story content. But we're also not using consumables right now, so it kind of doesn't matter. We get our HP and our MP restored after every battle, so we may take that rando. So if we don't get a rando at Zyrkyle, we'll just reset until we do. All right, we got it. Use an Xbox One controller. It didn't break until the final year of the Xbox One. Meanwhile, the Series X is 2-ish years old and already drifting. Dang, that sucks, man. Yeah, 60 to 65 bucks on sale. Sometimes you can get 55 new. Use controller for 20 bucks. Yeah, controllers just keep getting more and more like premium and expensive as time goes on. Which is it's kind of a weird catch-22, right? So Matsuo's a samurai now. Roberto's still a wizard. He needs to go a little bit farther. Salome is an archer, but she doesn't use a bow. So we don't have to worry about that. And then Veronica is a ninja, I believe, with a gun. So don't mess with her. But yeah, I remember when used controllers were 20 bucks for sure. When I was working at GameStop. People would bring in the nastiest, most beat up Xbox 360 controllers to try to get like $5 cash for who knows what. Yeah, ninja with a gun is a whole mood, as they say. Oh, no, she doesn't have a gun. Okay, I didn't give her a gun. I probably swapped her to a sword so that she could have JP up. This is our first time seeing a blue bomb. What's the blue bomb called? A grenade. Famers, what a name. Yeah, the archer without a bow. We just need a little bit of archer JP for... Yeah, I'll go over my whole plan with job stuff when we get back into the menu after this battle. I'll spare you all now. But basically we have one character who's going for all Jack of all trades physical, and then we have another character who's going for Jack of all trades magical, and then the other two characters are kind of just like flex and will bolster whatever needs help slash, you know, what role needs to be fulfilled to make sure that we have like a healer and a ranged person or whatever. But also just to kind of like support whatever Ramza's doing. And then Ramza is just, he's going for Lancer ninja stuff right now. He's a Lancer right now, but part of the reason why we have a ninja in the party is to build ninja JP for Ramza and not just for this character who it currently is a ninja. Whoo! Look at that dual wield. That's why she doesn't have a gun. Because that's so much damage. So the only thing that sucks about the dual wield is you don't actually know exactly how much damage you're gonna do. And then she counters with both weapons. That's nutty. So yeah, Salome has the blood sword equipped, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, you can throw a stone, right? So we could throw a rock at this guy. My goal... Let's see, my goal should be to trap one of these guys on the bridge. That would be the ideal. So what we typically go for in these battles is trapping one enemy character and keeping them alive while we wait for all of the other enemies to turn into crystals or chests, just to kind of get the most out of each battle. There are situations where you could literally grind indefinitely if you have like enough MP and free actions that you can take. Let's see, let me think about this. So Roberto doesn't counter, so he's a good enemy, or he's a good ally to trap the enemy with, but everybody else has counter. So we no longer have two characters that can trap an enemy indefinitely. We would need Roberto to heal the enemy to keep them alive. So what I'll probably do is I'll move Ramza up here and hopefully bait at least one of these guys onto the bridge, and I'll try to trap him. But you can't always make him do what you want, so. A barbarian that claims they're an archer and then just throws the arrow. Yeah, like a giant dart. That's awesome. Okay, and I'm gonna try to focus on using Yell rather than Accumulate, because I don't want to raise Ramza's attack power if he's going to be the one potentially countering the enemy. I want to make sure he doesn't one-shot the enemy before Roberto can heal him. Oh, you're on the Expedition 33 train, Halo Killer. Nice. That's exciting. I'm trying to get more interested in Expedition 33 because so many of my friends are, and I kind of feel like obligated to like support that game because it's a turn-based RPG and like a new IP. And like I'm mildly interested in it, but I'm not like sold or like all in yet. It's like one of those things where you're like, I don't want there to be anything wrong with it, but for some reason you're like trying to... I'm like trying to figure out the reason why I'm not all in on it. Because like on paper, everything's there. It's a turn-based RPG. It has like really, really fantastical stylized art. It seems super unique. It's got an interesting premise. Like it's got everything going for it. So I'm like, why am I not being pulled in more? What is it? Am I like predisposed towards retro RPGs? Does it just need to look older? You know, it's sparked a moment of introspection. But yeah, that's the other thing, is I don't want to look at it too much and know more than I want to know if I am going to end up playing it. So it's been hard to like investigate the game. Okay, I kind of did this the wrong way. I should have sent Ramza over here. Because I need Roberto and Ramza on opposite sides. Alright, we'll go over here. And then I think I might just have to do a regular attack on this guy. As sad as that is. But I'm not going to be able to use black magic here. I'm overthinking it? Me? Never, Doc. I would never overthink anything. Oh, okay, perfect. I forgot we had the Thunder Rod on. Alright, well, bye-bye. See you later, grenade. Alright, yes, you go down. That's good. Now, one of you go to the bridge. Okay. I just got off the wagon of doubt and got on the boat of enjoyment and whimsy. Yeah, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be, Smash. All right, well they didn't go that way. I guess I should have done a better job of putting everybody up there on the first turn to like incentivize them. But a corner is good too. We can work with a corner. Veronica should be able to one-shot this bomb with her dual wield. Yeah, see, like the damage prediction said 54, but then she did 18 and 80. Like, where does that come from? All right, we didn't quite get it. All right, I'm gonna have Ramza stand here. Actually, I'll have him stand here, just to be a little bit closer, and then he can yell. Again. You watched a few reviews you trust a lot, not to spoil stuff, and they did a good job. Yeah, the game seems to be scoring really well, which is really exciting. I don't necessarily put a lot of stock in reviews, but it's just good that something of that genre is reviewing well, period. Like, even if I don't end up playing it, or if I, you know, play it and don't like it, it's still, like, it's still a victory for a turn-based RPG to, like, succeed in 2025. Okay, so we're gonna finish off this bomb. Oh, she doesn't have the blood sword. She has the ancient sword. All right, Matsuo, what are you doing? I guess you're just gonna stand over here and accumulate forever. Best skill in the game. Stuck on the wagon of non-anticipation until the train of practicality leaves the station with the boat of enjoyment. That one hurt my brain, Smash. That's very good, though. Okay, and then we're just going to hang out with this guy. And I'm going to cure myself. Yeah, I like that it's a smaller dev team as well. We should normalize that again. Like, it's good to prove to people that a AAA game can be made with not 200 people who are, like, crunched to heck and underpaid. And that it can be, like, a group of friends having fun. That would be really good to normalize. So I like that as well. Very good point, Frogsy. Yes, and taking risks. Although it's kind of funny that a turn-based RPG in 2025 is taking risks, but there's more to it than that. Certainly. Okay, I just got to keep an eye on everybody's health here. Again, we don't have the ability to revive, so I don't think I'm going to be able to attack this guy. He's in kind of a weird spot. But I can throw a stone if I can't, so I guess I'll... Well, if I move here, then he's like trapped there in a weird way. This is not good. I don't like this at all. Right, AAA is almost synonymous with like staying in their lane and not taking any risks. All right, can I attack you? No. But I can throw a rock at you. But that also means he can't attack me. And Roberto is safe from him. Well, now I need to move Ramza over here. Ramza should also be able to throw a rock at this guy. Maybe I should do it from here. Oh, apparently I can't. Okay. Well, we'll yell again. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Smashes in the most meta space. And I'm here for it. Let's see. I should probably just throw stone at this guy from here. It just would really suck to miss, because then we don't get JP. Alright, Matsuo's coming over here. What can you do? Can you hit this guy? No. So we're in a really weird position here. We really need to kill this guy. I guess we could technically pivot and have this guy be the one we keep alive, rather than the one that we have trapped in the corner. But I don't think we want to do that. Okay, Roberto needs to heal himself again. But not heal the enemy. I think Salome is safe. Okay. Okay, at least we healed the character that he's attacking. And that's great, too, because Salome counters if she gets attacked. Maybe he can't attack her because of the height. This might actually be perfect. Okay, I should be able to throw stone from here. Please don't miss. Alright, he's finally gonna move. 80? Did that say 80 damage? Holy moly. Alright, we might have to have somebody swap with, with Salome. What's the AT look like? If whoever's standing there can't get attacked by the trapped enemy, that's perfect. Veronica, Salome. So Roberto, Matsuo, or Ramza would need to stand there. Okay, we can handle that. All right, and this should work out perfectly. This might be a kill. Not quite. Okay, so Salome needs to get out of here. And then she can just accumulate or whatever. We could go for the attack here, I guess. Well, actually, we might not be able to do that, so I don't want to risk it and then have her get attacked. So let's just move her to safety and accumulate. Don't want to throw this away. Don't want to have any redos today if we can avoid it. The risk is being more stylistically like games that have not come out recently. Yeah, what a huge risk. Like, not just that though, SNES. Not just being stylistically different from games that have come out recently, but also not, like, iterating on some, like, classic nostalgic thing either. Which I guess is debatable because it's a turn-based RPG, but, like, it's not, like, pixel graphics. It's not made to look old. It looks very modern. And it's also not anime style, which is wild. The fact that it's managed to be modern looking, not anime style, not retro inspired, is...
I'm staying.
Sadly, incredibly unique. Brack, thank you for the 100 bits.
Well, dude, we just don't know.
I love the first chord of Hotel California being in that alert. And it looks like the double alert thing is just going to be like a new thing now. I don't know why that's happening, but I'm not going to try to fix it. Alright, I'm going to open a prediction for the first ad break. We have 2 Smash Bros. CPUs fight during the ads. We're currently running DK versus Ness. You got 2 minutes if you want to get a wager in. Alright, now Matsuo can stand here, or should Matsuo take out this guy? We'll have Ramza do it. All right, so we don't want to attack this guy. We want to just stand here and accumulate because we want to keep this enemy guy alive as long as we possibly can, preferably until we run out of MP, which should be long after these other corpses expire, but we're also going to have to wait for this guy's corpse to expire, which is going to take a long time. Alright, this should be an easy KO. There we go. Alright. So now we're in the zone here. We're in the grind zone. You don't have something that'll run it, but you also have other games you're invested in right now that you're not willing to put down. That's a good reason. Staying focused is very difficult, so do it when you can. Alright, Veronica... Veronica can't accumulate, which is unfortunate. And heal, unfortunately, will not give you JP if it doesn't actually heal something. So she's going to have to throw rocks at Ramza or Roberto. Alright, so 82 accuracy is the best that we can do. So that's very risky, but that's what we're going to do. Okay, Roberto, you can just keep healing yourself because you're the only one taking damage. Alright, there's our first crystal. Can have Ramza grab that. This was the monster guy. So yeah, there's not going to be an ability tied to that we can use. Sometimes you can learn abilities. I guess I could try to have Salome get it. Just to heal herself. And then I could have Ramza do something else. Just have him yell again. So all these little interstitial actions that we're doing that don't advance the battle are giving us the experience that we want. So it's kind of how we grind in this game. The experience you earn is based on the actions taken, not doing damage or killing enemies necessarily. Alright, so there's a heal for Salome. And then she can accumulate. Alright, we're pretty much in position now. We also don't want to move. Because if you don't move, your next turn comes quicker, which means more actions, which means more JP, blah, 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 blah. And we're much more interested in JP than experience. If I could turn EXP off, I probably would. Okay, Matsuo needs to stay here, so he's not going to do anything. He's just going to keep accumulating. Frontiers of Pandora. Oh, how was that, Halo Killer? I forgot about that. I remember hearing you talk about it a while back, but I don't remember what you said. Alright, please don't miss. Elden Ring. Yeah, unless it's a limited edition physical, don't buy the game until you're ready to play it. That's a good practice, Halo Killer, for sure. Yo, what's up, Fractal? How you doing? What's going on in the plot at this point? If you're familiar with this game, we just started Chapter 3 a couple of streams ago, and we have not done any story progress in Chapter 3 yet. We're going to finally get to story progress in Chapter 3 today. Oh, nice dodge, Roberto. Okay, cool. That frees him up to potentially do something else. Oh, and the ads are starting. I'm going to go ahead and run them. Good luck if you're in the prediction. I'm going to keep playing behind the ad and talking to you that aren't in the break. Just because, why not? I don't care. I don't think anyone's going to care if they miss this grinding. Here we go. And I guess I don't know who's in the ad, so I'm not going to catch up on chat right now either. But I'm a little behind in chat. Okay, I'm gonna have Ramza. Let's see, this crystal was a bomb, or the grenade. I don't think we can learn anything from them either. I don't think we can learn anything from any of these enemies because they're monsters. Pretty sure that's the rule of thumb. So I don't think it really matters who picks these up. It's only in the story missions that we're very careful about who picks up what. We would prefer these guys to turn into chests, because we don't really care about the HP MP restore, because we don't get anything from it. And we know we can't get abilities, so just random item pickups are slightly higher value, but also not great. Okay, Roberto doesn't need to heal here, and actually can't. So we need to do something else. Protect is going to be low odds. Oh, 90% on Ramza. A 90 and a 78. That's probably good enough odds to go for. At least one of these should land. We need it to land in order for us to actually get JP, so it's a little scary. Alright, there's one treasure chest. They both landed. Nice. Alright, Veronica, you can grab this chest. High potion, we'll take it. And then you can throw a rock at Matsuo. Please don't miss. Yay. Salome can accumulate. Welcome back from the ad, folks. I'm just grinding, continuing to grind this rando behind the smash match. You're not missing anything exciting. Just a bunch of people standing in place and wasting time. While accumulating as much JP as possible. Alright, who won? Alright, Ness wins. Okay. So it's even after 2 rounds. Every character faces off 11, or every character matchup, we do 11 rounds. So these guys are going to fight 11 times before we switch to, before we switch to a different character combination. So there's a long way to go. But it's nice to have it even right out of the gate. And we're going to do some kind of special on-stream event when it's all said and done. Once we have all of our data for every matchup, we're going to do like a special seeded tournament bracket on stream, not behind ads. And it'll be very fun. Okay, and then we'll come back over here. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sitting through the ads if you got hit with them. Okay, so Fractal had asked what was going on in the plot. Let's see, what is going on in the plot? We just had a time jump. There's a time jump every chapter so far. There was a time jump of, I believe, 1 year from chapter 1 to chapter 2. I'll have to double check that in my notes. And then there was a time jump of 3 months from chapter 2 to chapter 3. And so far, the main thrust of the plot of this game is about a particular war. And the war has officially started now. So chapter 1 was kind of like a flashback-ish. It's kind of confusing. How it kind of goes back and forth, but there was a flashback to set up some stuff. And then chapter 2 was like back to the present, and it was like the events right before the war kicked off, leading up to it. And now the war is officially in full swing. And there's all kinds of like political things going on. Thank you, Smash, for the Frozan. Flick, hello, welcome in. But yeah, we'll get more in depth with the plot shortly, Fractal. Limited physical games, your limited run order did end up getting lost, and they had no replacements for your system choice. So now you have to spend over $100 on eBay. Ugh, that sucks, Halo Killer, man. That makes me so sad. The limited run story is such a tragedy. I have really grown to resent them as a company and a lot of their similar companies that have iterated upon their idea as well. It's really too bad what has happened. They became what they swore to destroy. They've Anakin'd us in like the most like brazen and exact way. It's really unfortunate. Don't miss. Yay. I'd really love for Veronica to have accumulate, but I'd have to switch somebody to Squire for a battle in order to make that happen. Alright, we're just waiting for this last guy's corpse to turn into something and take as many actions as we can until then. I'd also like to use up all of Roberto's MP. Frozan is hilarious, thank you. Frozan came to me in a vision, which is really weird. I was like in the shower one day, and I just like saw that whole thing just completely. I don't know why. It just hit me like a lightning bolt. It was all there with the Frozen logo and the snow and everything. I was just like, I know what I must do now. You know, some people have God speak to them and they write religious texts. I get weird 90s sitcom memes beamed directly into my brain. True, okay, maybe that is, you know, maybe that is what God spoke to me. I hadn't considered that. create Frozan. Yeah, it was like that, you know? I felt like Abraham in that moment. I was completely activated. Nothing could stop me. It was a great moment, though. It's like, just imagining, like, from an outsider perspective, like, just a man in the shower in the morning. The only sound is the sound of the shower, you know, and I'm just getting ready for work or whatever, getting ready to go to my job that I hate. And then just, like, giggling to myself and shaking my head. There's no one else around. Because I'm just asking myself, where did that come from? Sometimes that's what creativity looks like, I guess. Oh, you ended up getting Aiden Digital, Halo Killer? Yeah, we're having a really difficult time as physical media dies, aren't we? It's we're not like riding off into the sunset. We're kind of like fighting a disease and dying a slow, painful death when it comes to the exit of physical media. You know, we're not really doing it gracefully here, which sucks. Okay, I can heal this turn, so I might as well. The other stuff isn't guaranteed to hit, so... I'm not missing that much HP. Not that there's any particular reason to vary it up, but I guess I will, just for my own sake. Oh, actually, yeah, that's perfect, because I would have regenerated that health, and then it wouldn't have restored any health, and I would have lost it. Accidental Galaxy Brain. Oh, but then, okay. Retract that statement. I just took 90 damage, and should have healed myself. I actually made the wrong decision. That was a roller coaster. A very fast one. Okay, don't miss. No, dang it. Alright, no experience for Veronica this turn. Alright, and there is the crystal. Now, what we might actually want to do... Let me take a look at the AT. Okay, Roberto does get to go first, but his cure might not get to go first. So if Roberto's cure doesn't go off before the enemy gets to attack, we'll actually need to have him swap places with somebody. So that he doesn't die. Accumulates fine. Is FFT permadeath? Sort of, Frogsy. So when one of your characters dies, they lay on the ground, and there's a 3 above their head, and once their turn comes around 3 times, they disappear and turn into a crystal. If you revive them before they turn into a crystal, you're okay. But if you don't revive them before they turn into a crystal, then it is permadeath. There's a couple of story characters that have plot armor, and instead of a 3, they just have like 2 stars, and you have unlimited time to revive them. Or you can just finish the mission with them dead. If you finish the mission with a character that is downed but not a crystal, they're also fine and revived. So it's kind of a nice happy medium on the permadeath. I really appreciate it. Like, having them just die immediately would be a little too intense. There'd be way too much resetting, in my opinion. Especially with how volatile and ruthless this game can be. Okay, Roberto, when does your cure go off? It does go off before the enemy gets to attack. Okay. That's what we needed to know. Okay, Veronica, please don't miss again. 82%. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, welcome to Fire Emblem. Exactly. How's it going, Kiki? Yeah, when Vaughn and I played Sacred Stones back in the day, we did it as an Iron Man, which is like Fire Emblem's version of Nuzlocke. So we had true permadeath, which basically means, like, Fire Emblem already has permadeath, where if your character dies, you can't bring him back. But for most people's sensibilities, if you didn't want that character to die, you could just reset the game and, you know, try again and try to not have that character die. But in an Iron Man, you basically have a self-imposed rule, much like a Nuzlocke in Pokemon, where you're not allowed to reset and bring that character back. If they die, they die. So we did lose a couple of characters on that run. And that's all on YouTube, by the way. If you if somebody wants to watch two boys, or listen to two boys play Sacred Stones, you can't see us, but you can hear us. That's definitely one of our better series, in my opinion. Your internet came back on because people were getting wood chips next door. Cut the cable. Oh my god. That is so inexcusable. Okay, who's gonna take this crystal? I guess Salome. Alright, now, we can sit here... We could technically sit here all day. We could let Roberto run out of HP, or run out of MP, and everyone else could just keep accumulating. But once Roberto runs out of MP, we're going to end the battle. Which will be pretty soon. Because I kind of want everybody to earn JP at a somewhat even rate. Like, if we get to a point where, like, only a couple of the characters are earning JP and everybody else is just literally standing around and hitting weight over and over, I don't like it as much. So Roberto still has 24 MP, which means he can do 4 more spells. I just gotta make sure that there's always a character that's missing HP. Does he have Regenerator active right now? Is there a way for me to see that? I don't think he does. But it's kind of hard to tell. Because if I use Cure on myself and I have full HP, I won't get any JP for it. So I guess the safe strat would be to go over here, because he has full. Because as long as I heal at least a couple of points, I'm guaranteed that experience yield. Yep, so I probably wouldn't have got it there because of the Regenerator. Alright. We got a good thing going here. Now my region is gone. Oh, it wasn't intentional for them to cut your internet line? Glad that wasn't intentional. That would be some wild, nefarious action. I also don't know, like, if my speed or my attack gets maxed out, do I still get JP from Yell and Accumulate? I don't know if we've ever pushed it to that point. That would be another thing that would end the grind. Or make it significantly harder to infinite. Because Matsuo's gotta be getting close. But I guess I also don't know what the max attack stat is. Maybe you can just go up to 99. You got some writing done. Well, good job finding a silver lining. It's like when the power goes out and you forget how much you appreciate just like sitting in a candlelight and like, you know, playing a handheld game system that uses alkaline batteries or that was previously charged or something. And you're like, oh, this is novel and nice. Or you have like a battery powered book light or something. Or the I guess maybe the candle is bright enough. As a kid, one of my favorite things to do if the power went out was take a shower. which seems kind of strange looking back. Because, like, you can take a shower in the dark, even if the power's not out. But for some reason, that was just, like, the cozy thing that I jumped to immediately. It's like, okay, gotta light a candle, go in the bathroom, and take a shower. Also, at the old house that we lived in, I used to take showers by candlelight fairly often. Because the way our master bedroom was set up, the bathroom was just adjoined to it, but there was no, like, door or anything. So, like, I would get up considerably earlier than the lady to get ready for work. So I had to be quiet, and I had to leave all the lights off. So that she could keep sleeping. So I had my little night light that was enough for me to, like, brush my teeth and stuff. And then we had a candle in the shower with, like, a stick lighter. There was, like, a windowsill that was very large in the shower, luckily, so you didn't have to worry about it, like, getting extinguished or anything like that. So there was a lot of candlelit showers at, like, 5 in the morning at the old house. I don't miss that for the most part, but it's a fond memory now, at least the good of it. It's very cozy. Okay, we're almost there, folks. We're almost there. Bear with me. But we got into basically a perfect position with this fight, so we got to take advantage of it. There's definitely better classes that we could be, because we're going to get a bunch of JP for these particular jobs. You know, and the previous battle and the next battle as well, you know, might be way shorter. But we got to take it while we can get it. Like, we don't need this much for Archer or Wizard, but it's great to get it for Samurai and Ninja. Because the way that JP works in this game is if one character is a certain job, obviously they earn JP for that job, but they also earn like a slightly reduced rate of JP for that job for all the other characters that participate in the battle, which is very interesting and also very nice. If you only got JP for your equipped job, it would be a massive grind fest to make anything happen in this game. So I really appreciate whoever came up with that idea. The, like, osmosis idea. It's a very cool idea. So by having Roberto be a wizard, everybody that's in this battle is earning a little bit of wizard JP. Not just Roberto. And that's kind of like the whole idea. Some of these characters are earning JP for other characters, more so than themselves. And I don't know if the, like, JP up ability applies to the, like, splash JP that the other characters earn, or just the equipped character. It's probably just the equipped character. But it'd be cool if it was both. But yeah, this is, like, absolutely perfect. We have two characters pinning the final enemy into place, and the enemy is also displaced by a height differential, so it can only attack the character that can't counter. Obviously, we wouldn't want the enemy to attack Matsuo, because Matsuo would counter and then kill it and end the battle before we want it to end. So we're in, like, a perfectly ideal scenario here. Nobody needs to move, so we're getting a maximum rotation of actions. We're accumulating hardcore. Lots of silver linings here. This is gonna hurt. Oh, never mind. I guess he has higher magic defense, because he's a wizard. Aw, even he got a level up. Bone Snatch. Wow, I didn't notice that enemy class was called Bone Snatch. Shout out to the Eyes on B viewers who've been in her streams the last couple nights. You'll know why that's funny, most likely. But I can't say it out loud on my family-friendly stream. Yo, what's up, Gooby? How you doing? Sparky is a fraud. Fantasy tactics. Interesting. All right, this is our last cure. This is the last one. We're gonna free ourselves from grind prison after this. I guess it might be a good idea... Oh, never mind. That was the end of his turn. Let's see. Alright, let's look at the AT here. Ramza, Matsuo, Veronica, Salome, Ramza. Okay, Ramza gets to go twice. But Roberto doesn't get to go. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll have Ramza accumulate. Let's see if Matsuo can attack. He can. 88% chance to hit, though. That's a little worrisome. Just because it would suck for him to not get the JP on this turn. But let's go for it. Cool. Alright, and now he can move out of the way. Veronica... Let's see what we're looking at here. 82... 88... 82... 48... 0. So this is technically the highest odds. So we'll go for it. Okay, cool. And it doesn't kill, so it's an additional action. And then Ramza should be able to finish it off here. Oh, unless he misses.
Wow, that's an effective hit.
Well timed, Gooby. Thank you. Whew, 11,000. That's a nice yield. Alright, so now we're going to go into the menu and talk about all our job plans that we have here. That was a really, really, really good rando. We got so much JP there. So, we're going to go into the formation screen. We're going to spend all the JP that we just earned and probably reclass some people. And then we're going to save, and then we're going to do another rando. And it'll be our last one. Alright, Ramza. So Ramza's trajectory is to learn dual wield from Ninja. But he has not unlocked Ninja yet. So the reason why... Salome is an archer is because you need level 3 archer in order to unlock this class. Ramza has already gotten to level 4 thief and level 2 geomancer by way of osmosis. So we're trying to get the archer osmosis happening. So, because he hasn't opened up Ninja yet, we're gonna need Salome to stay an archer. Right? Or no, wait. Level 3. Is that correct? Okay, level 3 archer, he's there. So level 4 thief, level 2 geomancer. Let's go back. He's gotta have level 2 geomancer. Yes, but he doesn't have level 4 thief. Okay, so somebody's gonna need to be a thief for a little bit. We'll have to decide who that's gonna be. Ramza needs one more thief level. I'm really, really, really hoping that Ramza is invisibly learning or invisibly earning ninja job points, even though he doesn't have access to it yet. So I'm hoping that when it does open up, he'll have a decent balance that we can have already started earning before. Because I don't necessarily want to class him into it, I just want dual wield. And he's a Lancer right now, and he has a ton of points, but we're not really interested in any of these abilities. He has enough points to buy anything on the menu, which is great. I just love being a spear boy. I love using a spear. So it might be time to class him into something else. He could potentially go into Thief for a battle. But let's come back to that, because it depends on everybody else. Alright, let's take a look at Veronica. Veronica's doing great. She's earning Ninja JP for hopefully everyone, but at least the people who have access to it. Ninja is another class where we're not super interested in... Oh, you know what? I'm going to run an ad right now to get back on the hour-ish. Hopefully y'all don't care too much about the menuing. I'm not going to do a smash break or anything. So this is the big one here. 2 swords for 900 JP. That's pretty much the literal only thing that we're interested in from the ninja menu. So Veronica's definitely going to stay there. She's got that JP up. Alright, let's take a look at Roberto's wizard menu here. So Roberto is our all-time magic user, and he's trying to get to level 4 in every magic class. So yeah, he's a level 5 wizard now. That's more than enough. So we can move him on to the next thing. I'll probably leave him with this balance of spells because he probably will never come back to it, and that way it's just there in case we need it. So, let's see. Chemist is the base magic class. Time Mage is at 4. Let me pull up my little chart here. I have a little chart that I made. I'm not looking anything up in this game. Not just story, plot stuff, but also like mechanical stuff. I want to figure out as many things as I can on my own. So I made myself a little spreadsheet to kind of like try and guesswork how to get the remaining job classes. We know that Bard exists, and we know that Calculator exists. And I have a feeling they're based on magical classes. So, I've tried to group things together in how I think they are structured. So it looks like we need to go for Mediator and Oracle. Those are the only 2 left on this side of the tree, as I have constructed it. Because it looks like it seems to me that the game considers Geomancer a physical class, because it branches off of other physical classes, but we'll see. Hey, Nalani, how are you? Nice to see you. I was enjoying hanging out with you this morning and listening to some tunes. Sorry to hear that you got sick. I hope you're recovering well. Okay, so do we want to do Mediator or Oracle first? Probably Oracle, because we'll just want to go in order. Mediator would be interesting because we could use the gun. Is Mediator the one? Yeah, Mediator is the one that learns Equip Gun as well. We might hit level 4 Mediator before we have enough points to get Equip Gun. Not sure how that'll shake out, but we'll see. We'll see. Welcome back from the ad, everybody. I'm just waxing and menuing and figuring out where we're going to go next with everybody. Both Oracle and Mediator don't really have skills that I'm interested in for anybody, other than Equip Gun. Guns are pretty goated in this game. We only have 1 gun in our inventory, but nobody's using it right now, so that would work. Roberto's also our healer. A healer with a gun is pretty sick. So maybe... Maybe we'll do Oracle first, because by the time Oracle gets to level 4, we'll probably be at story progress, and we can put him in Mediator, which will actually be good for story fights. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. So, Roberto's done being a wizard. Fantasy gun. We're gonna switch him to Oracle here. temporarily. We just want him to get to level 4 or 5 in this job. What's he got equipped now? Oh, he's equipped a dictionary. That's funny. Attack power of 7 versus 7. This just seems more appropriate for him to have a stick rather than a dictionary, as funny as the dictionary is. We bought the dictionary for the eventual unlock of calculator. We'll do the battle bamboo here. And then I think we want him to have the wizard hat. Or triangle hat. Yeah, so he has more MP. That's 2 more spells that he can cast per battle. And then the wizard robe would also give me a little bit more. This is better for grinding. So 77. That gives me 1 more. Yeah. Multiple. We're working in multiples of 6. We're doing lots of weird math while we grind. So we're just trying to max out his MP. We just have to be careful and not let him die. If Roberto dies, we have to reset. Because he's the only character right now that can bring people back to life. I could give somebody items for safety. So maybe I will. Alright, so Roberto is an oracle for now. Matsuo is probably going to stay samurai, but let's take a look. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, everybody was in the ad break, most likely. I just said that it was nice hanging out in your stream this morning and listening to tunes. And I was sorry to hear that you got sick. Hope you're recovering well.
I'm sure right. Smokey, my friend, you're entering a world of pain.
Walter, man.
You mark that frame and 8, you're entering a world of pain.
I just figured it out. Okay, there's something going on. Okay, sorry. This is weird out of context. The 100-bit alert is supposed to trigger a random clip from Lebowski. There's, like, 64 of them or something like that. They're all safe for work. There's no swear words. But it's only supposed to trigger 1 every time 100 bits goes through. But there's something going on with the Twitch Bits API right now where my stream elements, I believe it is, or Streamlabs is what counts my bits, and for some reason it has been counting bits twice. Not for the purposes of like income or whatever. I'm not like office spacing, but like I have like a goal bar, right? This guy that counts how many bits are cheered so I can keep track, because we're supposed to spin the wheel or offer a wheel spin every 500 milestone on the total. But for some reason lately, I think ever since the Twitch API change, it has been doing it twice. Because I'll go look at the end of the stream, because I keep track for like my financials or whatever, and it'll say like this number that's like, wait a minute, we didn't have that many, and I've noticed that it's double every time, and sometimes it's 4x. I don't know why that's happening, but that must be what's triggering 2 alerts. There has to be a connection there. So somehow my bot that triggers the alert, which is not Streamlabs, is looking at the same thing in the API that Streamlabs is looking at. Much better than on Monday. You went to a WrestleMania party last weekend and you got it from there. Oh my god. What a what a place to get sick. Obviously we never want to get sick, and there's never a good place to get sick, but it happens to us a lot at gatherings. There's something about a wrestling party that's just like very hoo-wah. A very hoo-wah place to get sick. That's like the white guys will look at this and say hell yeah meme. That's kind of where my brain was going with that. Okay, who am I looking at right now? Matsuo. Do we want to learn any samurai skills? Samurai is one of the ones that actually has some potentially interesting abilities, which we haven't really seen in a while. A lot of these new jobs that have opened up, the skill lists are just kind of like, eh. But this kind of looks like it's like monk with a sword, basically. And the monk skills are really good, too. I could actually see myself going back to monk at some point. This is intriguing as well. I want to try some of these abilities out, because it's kind of unclear if they're good or not. Damaging an enemy's MP is really fascinating. Restoring HP is obviously fantastic. I'm going to hold off for now. He's just going to keep earning JP. Salome... Okay, Salome doesn't need to stay an archer. Salome was an archer so that Ramza could get to level 3. Which he did. Ramza now needs to get to level 4 as a thief. So either Salome or Ramza need to be a thief for the next battle, so that we can unlock ninja for Ramza. So let's see. How do we want to do this? Salome is a long-time thief. Salome has gone a really long way with thief. Yeah, she's maxed out. So maybe it makes more sense just for that purpose to have Ramza go thief himself. But we also need to reclass Salome into something, because there's no reason to stay in Archer. So maybe we should figure out what that's going to be. Because Salome is our other flex character. Our all-time physical character is Veronica. She's going to stay ninja. And our all... Oh, Dancer! We learned! We learned! We figured it out! It's Dancer! We finally know what DC is. Holy moly. Okay. Okay. I was not expecting Dancer. I've been trying to intuit what this last class on the class list is, because it's not in the attract reel, and everything seems evenly split between like physical and magic. Almost said special. But I was able to look at the equipment list and figure out, okay, what kind of equipment does this class use? And Dancer was not on my list of guesses. I really didn't have any guesses. Now we finally know it's Dancer. I can't believe it wasn't Direct Current. The disconnected class. Interesting. Okay, so now, look at this description. Warrior who dances in battle, dressed in charming costumes, can dance and disturb enemies. I love that they're being disturbed. Like, what are we doing? Appropriately accurate for a religious-driven society. True. Yeah, we're footloosing on them, SNES. They don't know what to do with us. We've got the devil in us. That's so funny. Okay. Well, I have a pretty good idea of what a dancer does. It's probably somewhere between thief, ninja, and bard. It's usually kind of a support class, but probably more physically adept than a bard. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go into the job menu and figure out what it was we did to unlock this. I'm assuming there's a bard class because there's an abbreviation BD, and there are harp weapons in the equipment list. So I feel like that's gotta be what it is. Maybe it's something else. But we know that there's a class abbreviated BD, and we know that there are harps. So that feels pretty good to me. Level 4 Geomancer, level 4 Lancer. Okay. So...
How's that? Pow! That's an effective hit!
So we're gonna bring, let's see, I can delete ninja from down here. Sorry, I know you're not seeing any of this. This is just my little homemade spreadsheet. Bear with me. Also, if you're hearing like grinding sounds, Gobi's having chew time on a bone. And we love that. Okay, so level 4 Geomancer. And level 4 Lancer. Backlog Doys. Incredible. You're right. You're right, Frogsy. Maybe that's what it is. You could really be onto something there. Oh, but this is Dancer. Okay, so Dancer goes up here. Okay. So we still have to figure out how to unlock Calculator and Bard. Unless it's not Bard. We got to figure out how to unlock Backlog Doys. And then that's all of them. That's every single job class. So I guess we could have Salome check out Dancer. That could be our answer. Didn't mean to rhyme there. Let's see what a Dancer can do. Calculator, bro. That's so dumb, SNES. I love it. Alright. MP damage. Wiznibus. Okay. Sounds like a Tenacious D song title. HP damage. All enemies? Hold on. Every single one of these hits all enemies? Just the whole field. Everybody. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so what are these? Lower the enemy's speed. Lower physical attack power. Lower magic attack power. Dance with unexplainable moves. Boy, if there's one thing that I can do. Causes various abnormal status. Darkness, confusion, silence, frog, poison, slow, stop, sleep. Holy crap. And these don't cost MP? You kidding me, bruh? Wow. The ultimate dance. Turns enemy CT count to 0. These must have like super low probability or something. Like there's got to be something to nerf this. A save. Raise physical attack power. Okay. Raise brave. Okay. No reactive abilities. Interesting. Never seen that before. Jump +3. Fly? Excuse me? Fly? Alright. This is pretty cool. Let's see. These are all the same cost. What would we want to go for first? Lowering all enemies' physical attack power seems pretty amazing. Even if it's a low accuracy, it could still work out. That's okay, Frogsy. You're okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Kappa, but it's not personal. You're good. Let's see. Yeah, even if it's really, really low accuracy, if we're hitting a big swath of enemies, that kind of increases the chance of us getting JP. I'm looking at these more from a grinding perspective at the moment, rather than an actual efficacy in later battles. Also, the like random negative status is nuts as well. And then enemy CT count to 0. This is also wild, just like potentially pushing their turn all the way down the AT. We get one of these right off the bat. I'm very curious what fly is. Like, if this means that I can just move anywhere on the map, or if it's like, you know, equivalent to like move +9 or something. That just sounds wild. I am assuming it doesn't ignore height, because why would they also give me jump +3? But who knows? Polka, polka, polka. No? I love the idea of polka, listening to polka making you physically weaker. Wonder what Weird Al would have to say about that. Or Frank Yank, his father, his late father. Okay, I think the one that I would go for here is the lowering of enemy attack power. Probably followed by speed. Or maybe I just go for the HP damage. Let's try out Wiznibus, because it's so fun to say. Alright, so Salome is going to become a dancer. And Rams is going to become a thief. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Slay PFP that Salome has now. My goodness. Okay, so she still has equipped sword. I don't know if we need that. It's probably better for us to go JP up. What is Secret Hunt again? Ah, yes. That's probably for money. Because we have some knives. We're not worried about inflicting a bunch of damage right now. We also have a hat that makes us stronger, so... Yeah, Slay Queen. Go off. Alright, so that means Rams is going to go Thief for a little bit. Probably just one battle. And then this will be enough for him to unlock Ninja, and then he can go straight into Ninja. Maybe I can use a spear as a ninja until I have enough JP for double sword. That might be kind of fun. Or wait, no, I get... What am I saying? Or, here's what we could do. I don't think this would work, though. Hold on. Let me look at something before I say anything. Yeah, see, it says 2 swords, but it says use a weapon in each hand, even if not a ninja. So I'm wondering, yeah, ninja with 2 spears. That's kind of where I was thinking. Yeah, they're probably two-handed, but that would be so funny if I was out there. stabbing up the whole world. Okay. So, let's see here. Veronica... Let me just make sure that Veronica doesn't have enough Squire JP to learn Accumulate. No. And I'm not going to class somebody into Squire just to do that. That's too much of a waste. Is there anything else I can give her that's a guaranteed JP? I could give her items instead, and then she could be an item healer as well as a emergency Phoenix Down user. If Roberto dies, because his HP is pretty low. Can you dual wield guns? That's an interesting question. That would be super funny. That's quite possible. A gun is definitely one-handed. So, that's possible. I think we're ready. I think we're ready for the next encounter. There may be, like, abilities that I wish I was adding. Wait, hold on. One more thing. Sorry, one more thing. Okay, so he's got the white magic. I could give Veronica items instead of basic skill. I'm wondering if I want to do that. Everybody else has Accumulate for the freebie, but Veronica doesn't have a freebie. And items aren't necessarily a freebie. She has to be standing next to somebody. But also, like, somebody needs to be missing HP or have a status effect. So, yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Throwstone. We're going to stick with this. Alright, so now we're going to save. After all that, we're going to lock all that in, because we might have to reset for an encounter a time or two on the next move. Alright, so this is first thing we're writing in the notes of the day. This is slot 11. Oh, where's my pen? There it is. And we're going to call this pre... what's the name of the next location? Pre-Aragway... JP spend and reclass. Yeah, basic skill is perfect for the freebies. Keeps the Squire stuff always relevant. Yeah, absolutely. And even in like a non-grinding situation, accumulate is really, really useful. You know, you can use it on like your first couple turns when nobody's in range. And by the time you get in range, you're hitting +2, you know? It's great. It's really, really nice. Okay, see if we have to reset here. Yep. Yes, Frogsy, I played the heck out of Tactics Advance. I played that a long time ago, actually. That was probably like 2009? Something like that, maybe 2010. I played that one to death. I did like all the side missions... got crazy ability combos, got super into like breaking the game and making the most powerful characters. That game, I would move around the map all willy-nilly like crazy because I didn't care about the calendar system, and also I would consistently like shuffle the laws around so that I had, like, I didn't have like a disadvantage in whatever battle I was going to next. And then you had random encounters that could like follow you around, so sometimes you had to like, you know, hammer bro Mario 3 with them to like get them to go where you wanted to go or whatever. Yeah, Tactics Advance 2 is on DS. I own that one, but I've never played it.
I don't care what you smell!
I wonder if he means old Ben Kenobi.
Bragg, thank you for the 200. Congrats on the double Star Wars. I love that we got 2 of like the shortest ones ever back to back. That was amazing. I'm also surprised that the bot is somehow able to activate them at different times instead of activating them at the same time and having them like play over each other. That's just a happy accident. I really can't explain that. Like, as far as I can logic out with my brain with how this is happening, it seems like they should be happening at the same time and playing over each other. But I'm glad that they're not. Accidental features are the best. Yeah, it's true. Exploits. That also puts us at 500, Brack. Would you like a spin of the wheel? I'm trying out having wheel spins be optional, because I know sometimes folks don't want the gameplay to stop, or they're like they feel like their resub is like poorly timed, and they don't necessarily want to interrupt the flow of what's going on, but they like want to enter chat and say hello or whatever. So whenever you sub or resub or gift, instead of just automatically going to the wheel spin, I'm going to ask people if they would like a spin. And you can say spin later, you can say don't spin, and you can also say like, it's always going to be a spin from me, dog, or you don't ever need to spin for me, and I won't be offended no matter how you react. I just want it to be fun for people. The whole reason the wheel is there is for you guys, not for me. So if y'all don't want the wheel, or you want less of the wheel, I'm totally fine with it. Let's see. We'll put, I guess we'll put Veronica up front. Okay, here we go. We finally hit our rando. Hopefully it's not a unbeatable mob here in Aragway Woods. This is a pretty interesting battlefield for grinding. All three of these actually are... Oh, we've got some Morbles. Oh, but we do have a human character. Okay. This looks pretty good. We only have 4 targets. Oh no, we have 5 targets. 3 Morbles. So as long as we don't get bullied by these Morbles, we should be good. The human character will definitely be our last character left alive. Because, what are you, a monk? Oh, it's Kay! Look, it's Kay, everybody! Hi, Kay! Ooh, a golden hairpin. We've never seen that item before. What does that do? HP plus 80, MP plus 50 cancels silence? Wow. I wish I had the steel ability for steel helmet. We would totally just go for this endlessly. We've never seen this item before. Okay, what abilities do you have? You have some thief abilities and some, But yeah, this is the perfect character to trap because it's an archer and has a ranged attack. If we surround the archer, they can't do anything. Well, they might be able to steal stuff from us, which would be really annoying. So maybe, we might have to have it be this enemy as our final. We'll see how it shakes out. But first things first, we'll have Ramza come over here and attack. I could see this going poorly just because we don't have quite as much attack prowess. But we'll see what happens. No counter, that's good. Wow, on the first attack, Ramza got the job level up. So he's already a level 4 thief. That's the only reason why he swapped over. We'll have Veronica come over here and do a double hit. Alright, Kay, what are you gonna do? Forgot to turn the volume down on the baby monitor. We just got a little cameo from Backlog Baby there. You guys probably didn't hear it, but it kind of surprised me. I've been looking at him the whole time, but usually the sound is off. We only turn the sound on at night. Loo-doo-doo!
La-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
La-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Thank you so much, Aelise, for the tier 2 for 54 months. Alright, I don't get to know the accuracy rate of Wasnibus, so here we go. Oh, look at her spin around! Look at her! Look at her go! Aelise, would you like a spin? What's up, Pirate? How are you doing? What if I want you to make a spin to decide if you spin? That's like some stupid thing that I would come up with. Alright, we're just gonna surround this Morble, I guess. Until it dies. The other good thing about being an Oracle is I don't have to use magic every turn, because I actually have decent magic, or physical prowess. This Morble's name is Seshpos. What a name. Dark Wind. Alright, he's attacking the character that can't counter. That's good. Also, Aelise, congrats on the Switch 2 pre-order acquisition. I was able to get one late last night. Carlitos!
Hi, I am here.
Hi, I am here. I love that she said I am. Alright, well it hit literally every enemy, so do dances just have perfect accuracy? That's nuts. Okay, how much HP does this thing have? Okay. So, let's just immediately attack it. And then we'll go over here by K. Hi, K. Carlitos, it's great to see you. I hope you've been doing well, man. Congrats again on your victory. I know that's not really like recent news anymore, but super happy for you and proud for you, dude. Been building up to that for a long time. Oh god, 53% accuracy. Well, we gotta go for it. Alright, well one got through, that's great. Carlitos, would you like a spin? Currently performing. To cancel, select a new action. Oh, so she's just gonna keep doing that every turn? Interesting. So it's almost like a berserk state. Huh. So it costs me... Wait. No, it doesn't cost me anything to do this. I guess I'm just going to choose it again.
Is this a... what is this?
Here's the name and number of a doctor who will look at it for you. You will receive no bill. He's a good man and thorough.
That's thoughtful, but...
Please see him, Jeffrey. He's a good man and thorough.
Thank you, SNES, for another hundo. Thorough. It's like I'm playing Rasputin in Just Dance. Oh, wait, what song is Rasputin? I'm trying to hear it in my head. Maybe I'll regret it if I do. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I know that song. I watched so many dance videos. An embarrassing number of dance videos to that song. Such a satisfying dance to watch.
You'll have to sell your speeder.
That's okay. I'm never coming back to this planet again.
There's no one here.
God, I forgot about that one. There's no one here. That's such a good one. Never had a dancer, had a bard, but I think they work the same. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we're on a war path to try and unlock all the jobs, and bard is one of 2 remaining. I don't necessarily want to use every single one, but I want to have access to all of them so that I can craft the ultimate... Oh, please don't die. Okay. I haven't really been paying attention. And Roberto's like the one character that can't die. That was cool. If this is perfect accuracy every time, this is such a busted class. Thank you all for the bits. Thank you, SNES, for the 100. Thank you, Broken Quest, for the 200. Does that put us at 1,000? Ah! Raccoon Fiasco, thank you.
Send a message to chat. Optional.
Optional. Raccoon Fiasco, thank you so much for tier 2 for 54 months. You absolute legend. Would you like a spin? I've asked quite a few of you if you want to spin, and it's totally okay if you don't. I just need to know, otherwise I'm going to keep asking you. Brack is eligible for a spin. Aelise is eligible for a spin.
Mr. Lebowski's in seclusion in the West Wing.
Okay, Aelise says always spin. Thank you, that is useful.
Where you going, dude?
Going home, Donnie.
Phone's ringing, dude.
Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you, Donnie. Oh god, I love that. Phone's ringing, dude. Absolutely incredible. 100% accuracy, let's go. But he's countering me. Alright, this battle's getting a little scary. Because I think Roberto's dead. Yeah, we're gonna have to reset. I'm so sorry. I got too excited. Because I have no way to bring him back. I didn't give, I opted out of giving Veronica items. Which is also unfortunate because that means we have to say goodbye to Kay. Kay the Archer. But that's okay. I can redo this fight during the lunch hour. To a certain degree. Well, no, actually I can't. Let me just make sure. Yeah. The one character who can't die died, so I have to reset. I'll see myself out. No. Okay, so let me keep track of these spins. Let's do these spins really quick. Carlitro said yes. Ailey said yes. And I think somebody pushed us over 1,000 bits as well. Oh, no, not quite. We're at 800. Okay. You do have to get ready for work. Perfect timing. Oh, there was a hype train. I didn't even realize. Thank y'all for that. Much appreciate. What is this emote? Who this diva? That emote doesn't read very well. It's a little busy. It's cute, like zoomed in, but like at size, I can't really tell what it is. I thought it was like a penguin with a bubble in front of it. All right, well, let's just do those now. So we're going to spin for Carlitos, we're going to spin for Aelise, and we're going to spin for Raccoon Fiasco. And Brack if he wants it. But he didn't say. Because he's probably busy. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. Yeah. Also, that puts us over the bar for the sub goal, which means the lady and I are going to be streaming Grim Fandango on Sunday. First playthrough, day one. We haven't even started it yet. We've been waiting anxiously, so that's exciting. Thank you all for that. Let's see. Let's hit the music because we're gonna go over here. Oh God, look how off-center that is. How did that happen? I'll fix that in just a second. That's supposed to be your insert. Switch mics here. You can hear me, right? Check, check. Yeah, you hear me. Okay. How did that happen? Because this camera hasn't moved. I must have bumped this when I was adjusting the main camera. Because the wheel is in the right spot. The wheel wasn't that far off of where it's supposed to be. Here, hold on. Let me just go back there. But now I can't see the preview. There we go. All right, I gotta loosen this up just a little bit. Whoa! Look out. All right, there we go. Now we can tighten her up. Yeah, I'm not sure how that got bumped. I came back here and I adjusted the main camera tripod, but I didn't think I touched that one at all, but I must have bumped it. Okay. Now we're back over here. Just move this a little. I might tweak that a little bit more after stream, but that's good enough for now. All right, wheels wide open. We haven't spun it all today. First one is going to First one is going to Aeolus. Also, Brack, you can change your mind since we're spinning anyways. Totally up to you. You can have a spin if you'd like it. But this one's for Aeolus. All right, we've landed on Game Gush. So Aeolus will have to go into the Gush list and pick a game for me to gush about at some point later on. The next spin is for Carlitos. Brack says, please spin. All right. I figured you'd want one, but I wanted to be sure. And for Carlitos, a game roast. Perfect. Angie Man select game to be angy about. So Carlitos will have to go into the roast list and pick a game for me to roast. So we'll do a gush and a roast. This one's for Brack for putting us over 500 bits total. If anyone were to push us over 1,000, they would get one for that. We're at 800, even though the bit counter says 1,600. That is a respin. We landed on Game Roast again. By the way, all the green wedges have a limit of 1 per stream. Limit of 1. Some of them have limits. Not all of these are unlimited. Actually, most of them have a limit. Game Roast again, wow. Yes, if somebody will do exclamation point gush and exclamation point roast in the chat, those will pull up the list of games that have previously been gushed and roasted, because you can't do those twice. All right, that's an orange wedge for Brack. You don't get puppy time because the first orange wedge of the stream unlocks a snack tasting. So that's a snack for Brack. We'll do that after the lunch hour, I guess. Little lunch dessert, maybe. And this fourth spin is for Raccoon Fiasco. I think that's everybody. Let me know if I missed you. This weird dark shadow up here is odd. I don't know why that's happening. Oh, actually, yes, I do. That's a respin, landed on puppy time again. The camera that's pointed right here is seeing a TV screen that I'm looking at. All right, 10 push-ups for Raccoon Fiasco. All right, so the snack tasting and the roast and gush, I don't have time for until after the lunch hour. The push-ups I'll crank out right now. So let me get this off the screen. We're gonna go over to the doorway here. I'm gonna give you 10 real quick. I don't feel like grabbing the free weight, so I'm just gonna do knuckles. You can see me, right? A little bit, maybe a little bit more like this. All right. Those felt nice. Push-ups don't usually feel nice. They're usually just like either whatever or they kind of hurt a little bit. Those were nice. Okay, it's about time to go to the lunch hour. So I'm gonna go ahead and just start that process. I'll switch back to the good mic here. So if you've never been here before, what we do in the middle of every stream is I go off camera to feed the baby and to feed myself, and we watch an automated game of Fortune Street. So I'm gonna open up a prediction here because we're gonna run an ad while I swap everything over. Congrats to the believers on the last one, by the way. DK versus Ness is the current matchup. It is 1-1 after 2 rounds, so it's dead even. If you want to make a wager, get those points in. That's who you're going to see battling behind the ad if you're not in the ad. And then when we come back, we're going to be playing, or Fortune Street's going to be playing itself. We're not going to be playing anything. DK is going to win, but I'm going to vote for my boy Ness. We'll see about that. We'll see about that, Curl. I'm going to go ahead and get Fortune Street started while the prediction is running. So if you're only here for tactics, come check back in at about 2:35, 2:40. Usually takes about 30 to 40 minutes to feed the little guy and myself and get all cleaned up and switch back over. So come check back in with us if you're only here for tactics. No hard feelings if that's the case. But we'll be chatting and chilling, watching some Fortune Street. I haven't set it up yet, but I'm going to set up a way for y'all to vote on what level we play. It's clear that people don't really care what characters play. And we had a system for people to pick what 4 characters played. I'm going to revamp that in the Discord and set up a thing that shows like what the levels are and what the songs are for each level, because you listen to that song for such a long time, like 30-ish minutes. So maybe people would have stronger feelings about voting for the level. We'll see. Thank you again for unlocking the sub goal, by the way. Yo, what's up, Gad? How you doing? I didn't realize that emote was called Maybe. That's so funny. Just Frodo. I love Elijah Wood so much. He's so funny. Such a good actor, too. What else was I trying to say before we go to the lunch break? I think that's it. We call it the lunch hour, but it's usually not a full hour. I always give myself a full hour. Okay, we're gonna step away to the Smash break here. Good luck if you're in the prediction. If you don't get to see the Smash match, we'll see you on the other side. We'll have Fortune Street going. We're gonna hang out for a little bit while the baby gets his bottle, and I get some grub for myself, and then we'll go back to tactics for several more hours after that. Thank you for being here. Y'all been very generous today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the bits and subs and whatnots, and for meeting that sub goal. We'll be back in a few. Oh my goodness. So see? All right, folks, we are back. A true we. Because the little guy's here. You ready for your bottle, little dude? Brack, what is this? Oh, God. One of the funniest videos of all time. Okay, let's get on track here. Smash stats. Ness wins. Oh God, my keyboard is holding down the spacebar. All right, so Carlitos was right. That's never happened before. Congrats to the Ness believers. Here are your points. We'll get our stats updated on the screen. Here we go. You're literally pure muscle. What is this? But he's getting spaced, Brack. I mean, I'm not actually watching the fights. I don't know how it's going down. But I'm sure he's getting spaced. Super hard. Because DK has no ranged attacks. And Ness has range out the wazoo. Alright. So, it's time to switch over to Fortune Street. If you have no idea what that is, don't be worried. Fighting type is weak against Psychic. Yo, that's so true, Curlitros. So true. Thank you for your sacrifice, Sness. Thank you for understanding how predictions work. Ness is on that steroid stuff. That is a wild assertion, Raccoon Fiasco. Alright, we are out to lunch, folks, for the next 30 to 40 minutes. We're going to put 4 random characters in a CPU-driven game of Fortune Street. Let's choose all the short characters. So Toad, Bowser Jr., Yangus, and Platypunk. All the shorties. Slime doesn't count. Look at that banana. Never seen that emote. And we'll go to the ghost ship. If Raccoon Fiasco says it, I believe it. That's a mistake, Gad. Alright, so on everybody's first turn... Yeah, see, he knows. Boy, you're in trouble. On everybody's first turn, I switch them to CPU control, and then we're good to go. Big surprise, the little guy is not hungry at all. You know, people love to complain about how, like, kids eat them out of house and home and eat everything. And I guess that's more of like an older kid thing. But man, it is so much easier when they are hungry, at least at this stage. Because like you need a baby to eat at like a specific time in order to make like a schedule. So it's really hard to like force them to eat. So when they're just like hungry, it's just easier because it's like, okay, it's time to eat, and they're like, great, I'm ready, I've been ready, and then they eat. But for the last, like, couple of months, he hasn't really been that hungry. And now he's entered a new phase, like, since hitting, like, 5 months, where he kind of just is not even, like, interested in food. Like, one time throughout the day. Well, I guess 2 times throughout the day. Like, when he first wakes up in the morning, he's very hungry. And then, like, his nighttime feed where he goes absolutely insane mode and eats an absurd amount more than he usually eats. He's hungry for that one. But all the other feeds throughout the day, he's just like, whatever, what is this? Why are you putting this bottle in my mouth? I don't want it. And we have to just make him eat. And it's super annoying. Because he takes longer. You know, when he's hungry, he eats faster. Which is great. Because while that sounds selfish, where it's just like, oh, just hurry up, you know? Like, that's definitely part of it. I'm not afraid to admit that that's part of it. But, like, also, he has to take naps, and he doesn't get to be awake for a super long time. So the faster he eats, the more time he gets to, like, play and, like, learn by, like, interacting with his environment, which is also super important. So if he spends, like, 30 to 40 of the minutes that he's awake, of the like 90 to 100 minutes that he's awake, just sitting here with a bottle in his mouth fighting me, he's not really like learning anything. But if he can eat in 15 minutes and then he gets like 70 to 80 minutes to like play with his toys and look at stuff, that's so much better. So there's a lot of frustrations associated with it. But at least it's possible to make him eat. Because if he just out and out refused, we'd all have a really bad time. When will you wear wigs? This classic Lord of the Rings interview clip doesn't necessarily need more context, but I would love to have more context. Yeah, you having a good time? Just being a goof? But yeah, these particular out to lunch feeds are kind of the most difficult because when he eats at 2 o'clock every day, he has like the most energy out of all his feeds. Like his legs are going crazy. He wants to wiggle around and go everywhere. That makes it hard. On top of him not being hungry or really interested in food. And then also, this is the most distracting space in his environment. Like, there's so much to look at in here. There's bright lights. I have to stop him from trying to turn around and look at the screens, because we don't want him looking at screens. Ba-ba-ba-bee. 500G times level. Wow, too bad you got that on level 1. Still hasn't delivered yet, Halo Killer. I have found that for Amazon, it's usually pretty consistent. Like, if they say it's going to arrive on a certain day, it almost always arrives on that day. But I never really trust the time, because sometimes it'll say, like, between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., and then it shows up at, like, 9 p.m. But the day always pretty much comes through for me. If before this year, before 2025, I would say it always came on the appointed day, like 100% of the time. But there's been some weird stuff in the last couple months. Oh, it just says before 10 p.m. Gotcha. So you're just sitting by the door. Yeah, my time is usually pretty consistent too, Kiki. It's usually consistent. But not always. But like, if it doesn't come during the appointed window, I still assume that it's going to be there on the appointed day. Yeah, you would hope so, Halo Killer. It's also weird, like, what comes right away and what doesn't. That always surprises me. Like, like, my brain assumes that, like, oh, the most popular items and, like, the most common items are gonna be the things that show up really fast, you know, because that's what they're gonna think to put in, like, all of their warehouses. So it's gonna be inevitably closer to you. But then I'll order some, like, niche, weird thing, and it'll show up in, like, less than 12 hours. It'll be, like, free same-day delivery. And, it, like... It's like, okay, I was expecting to wait at least 2 or 3 days for this. I would have waited a week, but you got it to me in 12 hours. And then some other, like, super common thing will take, like, 3 days. And it's like, why isn't this at, like, the warehouse or, like, already on somebody's truck? That would actually be an interesting idea. I wonder if they've considered this. Like, they could have, like, certain... They could look and see, like, okay, what are the, like, the most... What are the most popular and essential items in this one particular area? And let's just put those on delivery drivers' trucks. And they aren't associated with orders. But, like, an order could come through while somebody is driving a delivery route. And they could just already be out with your delivery. And give it to you, like, immediately, potentially. That'd be pretty cool. Little guy is having a blast. Can y'all hear him? Those are giggles. He's just, like, flopping around and giggling, and occasionally taking a sip. They're already full up with people's other garbage? Yeah, probably. But, like, I don't know, they could have, like, small stuff. Like, they could basically have, like, an impulse rack inside the truck, you know? They could have, like, phone chargers and random stuff like that. It's probably not worth it. They probably considered it, and it's probably not worth it. It just was an idea that occurred to me. Hi, little guy. Yeah, I see you. Mm-hmm. I don't usually talk when I feed him, and he tends to just kind of look at me and smile when I talk, no matter what I'm saying, because he just assumes I'm talking to him, because, you know, he's a baby. So that also makes this feed challenging, because I'm usually just silently sitting next to him, and I'll, like, occasionally tell him, like, you know, good job, or ask him how he's doing or whatever. But I'm usually sitting quietly so that he can concentrate. Why is the theme so Star Wars? Oh, I know this song. This is, Yeah, it is very, like, the version of the Force theme from the credits, kind of. When it first starts out. That, like, minor key heroism. It feels like we should be getting our medals. Yeah, it is kind of medal ceremony coded as well. Which I guess goes right into that version of the Force theme I was talking about. Well, Sugiyama definitely had a strong fingerprint for, like, orchestral pomp and circumstance type stuff. So that helps too. A lot of his music has that kind of vibe to it, like march, adventure, heroism type stuff. Some of it's very chill. This is one of the map themes, but I can't remember which one it's from. That's a big problem with Dragon Quest music for me. If it's not like the original sound version where I can, like, get a clue from the sound font, I have a really hard time remembering which game it's from. Like, I'll know if I recognize it or not, and I'll know it's Dragon Quest music. It could be 3. It's probably 1, 2, or 3, because those are the ones I've played most recently, but I don't know. I don't know for certain. I just know it's from one of the ones I've played. It's definitely 1, 2, or 3, because I can hear this in 8-bit. It's probably 3, because it's the one I played last, but they don't make the rest of them very easy to play. Yeah, they're not super accessible. I mean, sort of understandably so. I still think that the makers and publishers of Dragon Quest aren't entirely convinced that people in the West are super interested in Dragon Quest. But 11 definitely increased that, and, you know, that's why we're getting the 1 to 3 remakes. And if those do well, I'm sure they'll keep going. Which would be great, because 4, 5, and 6 are even less accessible than 1 to 3 were before the remakes. And even though 7 and 8 got remade and ported, they're still fairly inaccessible because of the 3DS. Yeah, you're just loving life right now, aren't you? I'm glad you're having fun. It's okay to take a couple breaks. As long as you're not fighting me, I don't care. This little guy loves nothing more than just kicking his legs all day long. A ton were all on DS, 3DS, and those servers are down. Right, exactly. So you'd have to collect the cartridges. And plus, like, even if that's, like, accessible to you financially, you might not want to play them on a handheld. Which is the problem for me. Like, Dragon Quest IV is the next one in line for me to play, and I'm excited to play it, but I want to play it with a controller on my TV, and I don't want to emulate it. So it's like I'd have to play it with my 3DS capture setup, and I gotta have my computer on, and like optimize the window settings and all that stuff. And that's not ideal for me. I like having the option to play it portably, like in between long, comfy sessions at the TV. But I want to play it consoleized. Yet another reason why I'm dying for somebody to make a better, fully consoleized 3DS solution. That's the white whale right now. Is a fully consoleized 3DS. Those are the only games in my library that I can't play on my TV with a controller. DS and 3DS. Yeah, that's the other thing too, Halo Killer, is like, I can technically play my DS and 3DS games on my TV. It just takes a little bit of setup. But even still, if I'm not deterred by the setup, I still have to use an original 3DS as a controller, which is not very comfortable, especially for a long play session. And even if I don't have to look down at the touchscreen, which I probably wouldn't for something like Dragon Quest, it's still really uncomfortable. So, yeah, if somebody wants to send me like $1,300 on Ko-fi, I'll stream nothing but DS and 3DS games for like a year. But until a better solution comes on, I'll probably just save up for an upgraded loopy kit. Because saving up for a saving up for the big boy kit right now is not really feasible without a source of income other than like the scratch that I get from Twitch. Come on, little guy, you're doing pretty good actually. You're getting close, but you're stopping on me. Oh, by the way, Aelise, if you're still here, don't forget to select a game for Gushin. When we come back from the lunch hour, we're going to do the Gush, the roast, and a snack tasting. I got Curlitros' selection of roasting Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't think I said anything, but I saw that. We're going to do that. Octopath, great choice. Surprised I haven't gushed that before. And those will be limited to 3 minutes. I have a timer ready to go. There you go, little guy. Keep going. You're almost there. You're doing good. You calm down a little bit. He's got to finish eating before I can eat anything. This game is pretty even so far between the short kings. I'm so excited for the new Fantasy Life and Mario Kart World. I'm also very excited about like how evenly spaced apart those things are. We're a little less than a month away from the new Fantasy Life. So that gives me time to prepare a little bit, clear my plate. It should give me enough time to play through The Last of Us 2. I'm going to play through Last of Us 2 off stream so that we can start watching the show. Because I haven't played it before. And I want to have played it before we watch the show. And the ladies excited to watch the show. That's also spaced nicely because we're watching we just started the new season of Andor, which is incredible. We've only watched one episode so far, so we have that to tide us over until I finish Octopath, Last of Us 2. But then Fantasy Life comes out on May 21st, and I get a couple of weeks to settle in for that being my new job, and try to play it with friends. Got a group of friends ready to play it as well. Very excited about that. Can't wait to play Fantasy Life with the girlies. We're all going to be Fantasy Life girlies together. It's going to be so beautiful. And then Switch 2 comes out. Holy crap. And then I can give the rest of my brain space up to Mario Kart. Which is like the perfect foil game to Fantasy Life too. Because they'll both take a really long time for me to complete. And I think they'll both also kind of have like dailies that I'll want to do. But they're very different as far as like the mental commitment. You're so close, little man. Give it a little more gas. Give it a little more gas for me. Yeah, I know you don't want to. But I'd really like it if you did. Is this one going to be Switch 2 only or be on both? It's a Switch 1 game, Halo Killer. Fantasy Life is a Switch 1 game. If you're asking about Fantasy Life. So yeah, you'll be able to play it on either. There's not even going to be like a Switch 2 version or anything. It's a Switch 1 game through and through. It was supposed to come out before we even knew what the Switch 2 was, but it's been delayed a couple of times. But for good reason, and I'm fine with that. I'm actually glad. It was supposed to come out November of last year, and that would have been really bad timing for me, because that's when Backlog Baby arrived. Oh, you're gonna go for Rune Factory first. Nice. It got delayed till the Switch 2 launch date, but it's a Switch 1 game, Halo Killer? What do you think, little guy? Can you take care of this last, like, quarter ounce for me? You're so close. Interesting. Interesting to coincide a Switch 1 launch game, or Switch 1 game with the launch of the Switch 2. I guess that's a good idea? Oh, right, there's a Switch 2 version. I see. Well, that makes sense then. There you go. Catch your breath. Final push. Only delayed it by like 8 or 9 days. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes good sense. Because, yeah, if the Switch 1 version came out earlier, that could be weird for the sales of the Switch 2 version. So that's a smart play. Hey, Lisa, how are you? He does have a lot to say right now. He's mostly protesting the bottle. Because he's like, I didn't even want this to begin with. I'm super full. You're making me finish. I'm mad. You're so close. You're so close. A red cartridge, really, Halo Killer? That's exciting. I assume that Switch 2 cartridges are going to be a different color. But they haven't really explicitly said that, have they? I feel like they'd either be that kind of like off-white color that the 3DS carts were, or I guess potentially red. The Switch 2 ones are red. Okay. They did? I don't remember that. I guess it was one of those things that they showed, but they didn't actually say anything. It was just like a quick little glimpse. I'm surprised I don't remember that. All right, good job, little guy. You did it. I'm gonna go put him in his spot, and I'm gonna go heat up some food for myself. I'll be back in a minute. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Katie. Welcome in, everybody. You've caught me at a funny moment. Thank you so much for coming through. I'm heating up some food for myself. I just got done feeding the baby. We're in our lunch hour. We're watching an automated game of Fortune Street. I'm not playing this right now. It's playing itself. We're just hanging out and chilling in the middle of the stream before we go back to some Final Fantasy Tactics. You're gonna walk with me downstairs on the wireless mic, and I'm gonna pull chat up on my phone so I can talk to you while I go grab my food. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. How was the stream today? Let's see. I gotta pull up my own stream and then lower the volume. There we go. What were we doing today? Nurse, hello. Nice to see you. Katie, hello. Tired Melon. Amazing username. Platinum. Nice to see you. How are you doing? Welcome in. Sorry for the dish noises. You're in my kitchen right now. Yar. Rosso Carne, welcome in. Nice to see you as well. The Backseat Armada. That's a funny name. Oh, you're doing co-working today. Very cool. Whom should we root for? You can root for whoever you want to. Everyone's computer controlled. So every character in this game has their own AI personality, which is really fascinating. I don't know why they felt like they needed to go to such great lengths. But it makes the game extra interesting. Okay, I'm gonna lose the ability to see chat for just a second here. My hands are full. Hello, puppies. But yeah, this is what we do every day during the middle of the stream. I have to step away, or at least go off camera, to feed Backlog Baby, and myself. And then we'll go back to the game in a little bit here. Would love it if you can stick around, but if you have to raid and run, I totally understand. But yeah, it's funny that you asked that, Platinum, because I want to devise a way for people to like choose which character they're rooting for in these, just like for fun. But for one, we don't usually see the ends of these games because they take way, way longer than we spend on this screen. Fortune Street games are long. But I haven't figured out a good way to do it because the channel point predictions we use for the ad breaks where we do Super Smash Bros. And that's the only thing I can think of that would be super easy. And I want this to be as low effort as possible. So I don't know if that'll ever happen. I'm trying to figure out a way for folks to vote for what level we play on, because you end up listening to the same song for a really long time. And I thought maybe people would care more about which characters are playing, or about what song they're listening to for 30 minutes versus which characters are playing. Because most people are not looking, but they might be listening. Ooh, getting your house ready for sale. Best of luck with that, Platinum. That's a lot of work. Holy moly. I've bought a house before, but I've never sold a house. It sounds very scary and not fun and exhausting. Sounds significantly less exciting than buying one. And also, if you're selling one, you might also be buying one at the same time. So that sounds like a nightmare too. Best of luck with that. Thank you, Katie. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you for bringing everybody over. I hope your co-working went well and that you're getting caught up on stuff. It's a bit of a bear. Yeah, I bet. You've been having a lot of support. Good. Glad to hear that. Good, 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 good. I'm going to mute just for a second here so I can... That's Gobi squeaking. Her bag of chips toy. Best toy ever. I'm gonna mute so I can take a couple bites, but I'm still reading chat. I see, Plat. Well, it's good that you have that buffer. Obviously, it's not entirely ideal, probably. But it's good that you have it. Give you some time to reset and switch from reverse into drive. It's also good because, like, man, I can't imagine. You almost have to have something like that because selling a house and buying a house don't take the same amount of time. Like, they could take the same amount of time, but not necessarily. You know, even if, like, even if you know it's like, oh, well, it's a seller's market right now, or it's a buyer's market right now, you might be able to predict some stuff, but, like, not completely. You could put your house on the market, and it could sell in the same day, but you might still need, like, a month to look for a house, because if houses are selling in one day, it might take you a while to find a place that fits your needs and your offer gets accepted. So I don't know how anybody's supposed to juggle that. I guess what you would be forced to do is buy a house first and then put your house on the market. You'd have to be, like, shopping for a house while preparing your house for sale. Yeah, yikes. Just doing one of those things is like a full-time job. So I can't imagine doing them both at the same time. Glad you don't have to. Ah, yeah, that sounds extremely reasonable. That's probably the way to do it. As someone who hasn't done those two things at the same time before, that's a point of ignorance for me. Right, yeah, you gotta have a good realtor and probably a decent amount of other support too. Holy moly, Halo Killer. Why are they so expensive? Are they like a limited run that's not around anymore, I guess? Like the Lucario plush they did, and what was the other one they did kind of recently? Yeah, that's nuts. Wait, 8? I thought there were only 7 evolutions. Oh, maybe you're including Eevee. So what's the math on that? They're each, like... Oh, you're right. Sylveon... Wait. Yeah, Sylveon is the 8th. Okay. It would be 9 with base Eevee. You're right. I didn't forget Sylveon, I just miscounted. $309 each. Wow. That's wild. $309 for a plush of anything is really, really wild to think about. Like, I get that it's life size, but it's still just so much. Like, it would need to be of the utmost quality. Yeah, Pokemon tax, I know, but still, man. The Eevee one is $30, and it's also life size? Oh, they're 3 times bigger. 3 times bigger, but 10 times more expensive, right. Yeah, and I'm sure it's not necessarily related to the shipping cost of the size, because it's It's not gonna weigh a ton because of the materials, and I'm sure they can, like, suck it down into, like, a cube, and it probably ships in a pretty small box and you have to cut it open. I don't know. I don't know anything. But yeah, the Evolutions one is an interesting one, because they gotta know that a lot of people are gonna want the whole set, because those are such popular Pokemon. You could at least have like a discount rate if you buy them all. It wouldn't have to be that much, you know, 10% or something. It ships full size. Wow. Well, that could be a big part of the cost then. I'm now eating a bell pepper. I hope the crunching isn't bothering anyone. Yeah, $2,500 before shipping is crazy because the shipping is going to be so much. Especially right now. I just bought some figures from Japan. I've never bought figures of characters before, but they released some Final Fantasy IX ones. And I bought the Zidane and Garnet ones. And they were way cheaper to buy from Japan than from the US store. They were like less than half the price on the US store. But then the shipping, like, kind of evened it out. I need to go back and look and see when those are coming out, so I know to watch for them. I was afraid that they would sell out super fast, so I just immediately pulled the trigger, and I kind of didn't really know that they were going to be available from the US store until I had pretty much already finalized the order on the Japanese store. So hopefully I don't end up regretting that. The cost differential wasn't significant. Your wallet will probably die this Saturday? You're gonna go for it? Holy moly. How many Instagram likes would you need on a picture of you with your 8 life-size Evolution pluses to offset the cost? Oh, that's cool. I had never even considered specific artists focusing on those things, but that totally makes sense. Wow, that is expensive. But I guess if it's like handcrafted and or hand painted, it makes sense. All right, I'm gonna pound some grapes really quick, and then we're gonna clean up and get back to tactics. So it looks like we are pretty much using the full hour today. The little guy took quite a while to eat. He was goofing around a lot. And I'm taking my fair share of time too. Oh, I see. You're going for this stuff, not the EV plushes. Has Magic the Gathering ever done a crossover with Pokemon? I'm actually shocked if not. Considering they used to be made by the same people. Yeah, that's shocking. Just think how much money they could print. Let's take the two most gate-kept and financial sinkhole card games ever created and combine their powers into like a Thanos of wallet destruction. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna clean up. All right, before we get back to tactics, we're actually going to do a game roast, a game gush, and a snack tasting from our wheel spins from earlier. So, Final Fantasy crossover set is the first time they've done it with another IP that has its own card game. Well, maybe they're gearing up towards it. Maybe they're trying to test the waters for a Pokemon one. I mean, there's no way it wouldn't sell. It'd be one of those things where like it would make people super mad and they would rage about it, but it would also make like a gazillion dollars. Oh, the Eevee playmat set thing got delayed? Okay, let's kick the music back in. Double music. All right, we're gonna go back over here. Welcome back. Let's see, we're on the roaming mic already. So I'm gonna shut down. What are you doing, Nemo? Get out of there. Nemo just ran into the ISO closet. Did you hear a peal of thunder or something, Poochie? You gonna be all right, Poochie girl? It's not raining, but there's kind of been some rainy weather roaming around. All right, so I need this, and I need this. I'm gonna do the snack first, though. We're gonna have ourselves a little lunch dessert. I'm gonna pick something sweet, since I just ate a meal. That sounds nicer than something savory. We got a couple options here. We actually have a ton of options. So here in the snack box, everything in this box is something I've never tasted before, plus this thing that doesn't fit in the box. So let's take all the savory stuff out and put it to the side. Not gonna have anything savory right now. But there is a ton of sweet stuff. All the rest of this is sweet. Holy moly, what do I want? I think I want chocolate, so I'm gonna rule out anything that's not chocolate, which narrows it down a little bit. I actually had a bunch of snacks gifted to me while I was at VGM Con, which is very sweet and gracious. 2 of them are in my hands right now. These are from Ailese, and these are from Lazy Luca. I also have a couple of coffee flavored things. I think I'm gonna go for this. This sounds really, really enticing right now. These are from H Mart. These are like little butter biscuit cream sandwiches or something. And the cream is supposed to be espresso flavored. It kind of also registers as chocolatey, but I don't think there's anything chocolatey going on in here. So we'll see what we can figure out here. Ace Cracker Thin Espresso. Wheat flour, so maybe not a butter biscuit. Sugar, cereal product, interesting. Does contain milk. I was trying to figure out if I could see where the product originates from. It's distributed by companies in California and New Jersey, but it's an imported thing. All right, let's crack it open here. Gotta love a Prop 65 warning as well. So this is like a little vendor pack. This is one thing I love about Asian snacks is they tend to be individually wrapped and very like convenience minded. So we have like a little stack of probably 2 or 3 of these little sandwiches. I'll give you guys some close-ups here. That's why we're on the roaming mic. So here's the box. Espresso is the only English word on the packaging. And then yeah, that was perforated there and it kind of lifts up so you'd have these like at the, at the countertop of your convenience store. People could resell them or whatever. And then here's what one of those packages looks like. It's got a very nice, like clearly like suction air seal on it. Like it's very airtight in here, which is good because the more air is in here, the faster it's gonna go stale. And they probably don't like pump nitrogen or anything into it like they would a bag of chips. So let's get this open, see what we're dealing with. I'm gonna do my best to not break any of the crackers because that's like my pet peeve when you open a thing of graham crackers and like 2 or 3 of them get cracked. All right, looks like we're dealing with, oh wow, 1, 2, 3, there's 6 little sandwiches in here. They're very thin. At first I thought I was seeing double. What was that? Oh, that's Gobi. Okay. So here's what they look like from the side. Hold. There we go. So I thought at first that these 2 were one sandwich, but this is one sandwich right here. So just a very, very thin layer of that cream in there. They smell great. It smells like coffee. Oh, I still have my stream open on my phone. I was like, oh, that looks like what I'm doing. Oh, it smells really good. It smells like, when you walk into like a, okay, so there's two like coffee auras, right? Like sometimes you walk into like an office or a gas station or a hotel lobby. Those are like the 3 places I'm thinking of. And sometimes it smells like coffee in a good way, and sometimes it smells like coffee in a bad way. And it seems like more often than not, it's the bad way. It's like burnt, it almost kind of smells like cigarettes. It's like a very trashy, stale smell. And I associate it with like PTSD and like, 1984 thoughts. But sometimes it smells very good, and this is a very good one of those kinds of smells. It's like you walk into one of those 3 types of places and you're pleasantly surprised, like, oh, what a lovely ambrosia of coffee. It smells very good. Let's taste. Wow. Okay. Definitely upending my expectations here. Wow. This is incredibly subtle. So the texture of the cracker, I can't believe how thin it is. I can't believe that two crackers with something in between can be so thin. This whole sandwich, which it's hard to even think to call it that, this whole sandwich is basically the same height as a Ritz cracker. But there's 3 layers here. And the texture is pretty similar to a Ritz cracker. The way that it like flakes and kind of melts away. It's less buttery than a Ritz cracker. And probably some of that has to do with this being made from wheat. Because the Ritz cracker is probably like enriched white flour that's like bleached and stuff. So it's a little bit sweeter and more intense. And this one, it tastes a little more real. It tastes a little more like wheat or bread or like a plain cracker. So there's kind of that like wheat cracker flavor that's fairly neutral, a little bit salty, a little bit buttery, but not nearly as intense as a Ritz cracker. But the texture is almost identical. And then the coffee flavor is like almost just like an idea. It's definitely there, but the layer of cream is so thin that I'm not even perceiving it texturally. It just feels like I'm eating a cracker. There's not like a coolness or like a powderiness or a creaminess happening. I can see it, but I can't really feel the cream layer or whatever you want to call it. Maybe that's not even what it is, and I'm just improperly assessing this picture. Maybe it's just like a 3rd layer of cracker that is also espresso flavored somehow. That would make more sense. It's not dry, but it's definitely not as buttery as a Ritz, and it doesn't taste like there's like a cream layer in there. I don't think that's what it is. It just looks like it, and that's what I thought it was when I picked it up. That's why it's upending my expectations. It's very good. I think I'm smelling the coffee just as much, if not more, than actually tasting it. It could also be one of those things where like you eat something that's called like a tea biscuit or like a coffee cookie, and it might be flavored like that thing, but it's also intended to be paired with that thing. And I could see this very much being like a thing that you're supposed to have with like your morning or afternoon coffee. And it's supposed to be like a, you know, a relationship. It would go well. You know, it would kind of bolster the flavor experience that you're getting from your coffee. Maybe you do a little dippa. Feeling saucy. It's good. It's not at all what I thought it was gonna be, but it's good. It's just a very good cracker in and of itself. Like flavor aside, the texture of it is pretty sublime. The wheat flour almost gives it kind of a pretzel-y, like an unsalted pretzel-y kind of taste. Like that slightly yeasty, slightly bitter note that you'd get from like a plain unsalted cracker. It's pretty good, but it's very subtle, it's very neutral. It's not like a big punch of flavor. Cool, well those will move from the snack box to the snack log with all the other staples and commodities. Now it's time to talk about some video games. We're gonna do a game roast and we're gonna do a game gush. Oh, I can move this. That can go back over in the bouncer. And these can go back into the snack box to be tasted at some future date. Clear a little room for myself. All right. Let's do the Gush first. So this is a special segment where we pull a game down off the shelf, we share feelings about it. You know, we share memories and all sorts of things like that. I gotta get my docs open here. Where is it? Here we go. So the Gush list and the roast list, where we keep track of which games have been talked about to make sure that we don't repeat ourselves, because early on in the history of these segments, that was a problem. So we're gonna do that really quick. All right, so this first one is for Elise. Elise has selected Octopath Traveler for a Game Gush. This is a phenomenal game. I'm gonna put 3 minutes on the clock. Go. All right, so this game kind of stems from my love for classic traditional turn-based RPGs with very little frills in the way of presentation, I guess you would say, and focusing more on mechanics and gameplay and also quality of life. This is an evolution of what started with Bravely Default, which kind of like saved me as an RPG player, a Japanese RPG player. I had completely lost faith in Final Fantasy. Bravely Default came on and showed me and the RPG scene and I guess the world that a turn-based RPG can be, you know, something that you can pick up and put down, and something that can have a great quality of life as far as like letting you collect and experience all the different things that the game has to offer, and still be extremely compelling in all of those departments as well. And I became a huge fan of the Bravely series instantly, and went around spreading the gospel of it, being a Bravely apostle, as it were. And then the same team, years later, made this game, which completely blew my mind from the moment that it was announced. For a lot of people, this game did not deliver on their expectations, because I guess they expect a classic style JRPG to have a grand narrative that involves all of the playable characters and like a world-shattering plot. And this game didn't focus on that. This game focused on very like granular, grounded, character-driven stories that all existed in like little microcosms, and didn't necessarily interact with one another. And I thought that was really great. I didn't like foist any expectations on this game to deliver me that type of experience, but it seemed like a lot of people did. They all were convinced that like, oh, these 8 characters are all gonna link up and then somehow their stories are gonna link together, but they don't really. I mean, there is like an ultimate point that you can reach in the story that's somewhat optional. I won't spoil anything, we never do on these. That does kind of tie everything together, but it's more of a spiritual connection and an Easter egg than like an actual ending to the story. Everyone has their own character arc, and wow, 3 minutes goes by so fast. There's so much more I could say about this game, but I have to stop there. It's an absolutely brilliant game. It's definitely not for everybody. It has a very decided way that it paces everything out. But if you're into the pacing, if you're into the HD 2D, and if you really like these really little, well fleshed out vignette stories of not just the main characters, but also NPCs, then this game will blow your mind in the same way that it did mine. It's a beautiful, incredible game. Out of curiosity, how much latency do you have with the wireless mic? I don't think I had to add any latency compensation when I set it up, but I don't remember. Let's take a look really quick. I could very quickly tell you.
Yeah, I don't have any latency compensation on here. It's just working. The character stories in Microcosm were really unique and interesting, but you definitely would have loved it if they could have linked their stories more. Yeah, it seems like most people that I hear from were very disappointed that that didn't happen. And I think that's a valid thing to have on your wish list. I just get a little bit irked when it seems like people just out and out expected the game to have that, or they felt like the game promised it or teased it and then didn't deliver, because I don't agree with that. But it's perfectly valid to want that and be disappointed that you didn't get it. But yeah, exactly, because of the non-linear format, they couldn't really do that. They would have had to railroad everything, which is cool to get away from. The first one is a little grindy between chapters. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely a grindy game. Like a random encounter that's just like basic enemies, you could easily spend 25 minutes on. So that's a huge barrier and bouncing off point for a lot of people. Does it pick up much background noise, or is it sensibly directed? I think it works pretty well. I do have, let's see, I do have a noise gate on it. And then my, the same EQ compressor limiter chain that I use on this mic that's slightly out of frame, my normal mic. This one, the one that you're hearing now, this is my regular mic. And now we're back on the wireless. But yeah, it's pretty much the same effects chain that I have on my other one. Because I have the noise gate on this mic too. But it's pretty decent at cutting out background noise. I haven't done like a ton of testing. The wireless gives me a little more bass. Yeah, it's hard to balance the gain between the two. It's somewhat approximated. It was actually wildly off for a while, embarrassingly, but I think I got it dialed in pretty decently well. That could also be like proximity effect, because it's like right next to my Adam's apple where my bass resonance is. And I guess it could also be the fact that they have the same EQ on them out of laziness, but they're not the same mic pattern at all. Took a few months break because you finished every person's first chapter. Everyone was roughly level 18. The lowest second chapter you could do was level 23, and those 5 levels mattered a lot. Yeah, the level curve in that game is really interesting too, because like there's like a precipitous curve of diminishing returns for your character level. Like the closer to level 1 you are, the more important the stat boost from level to level is, and it just decreases as you go along. And like when you get into the late game, your level kind of doesn't matter that much. Like 1 or 2 levels isn't going to make a huge difference on a fight. Like if you have a specific strategy that you're trying to use, you're going to have to like, and you want to keep using that strategy, but you're getting beaten, you'd have to gain like 10 or 15 levels to make that strategy work. Whereas like reworking your group to a different strategy, different gambits at the same level is going to be significantly more powerful. I think that's because that's how they wanted you to play the game. I shouldn't still be gushing. My time is long expired. Now we're going to roast a game. We're going to be mean to a game. We're going to say everything about the game that sucks and we don't like and why it's the worst game ever made. And I'm going to switch back to the good mic. And we're going to be talking about Final Fantasy Tactics, the game that we're currently playing and we're about to switch back to. Let me start the 3 minutes on the clock here. All right, the reason why this game sucks and blows and is the worst game ever is because it's leaving a few things too mysterious for my taste. I would love to be able to look in the menu and see a lot more information about like how certain abilities work, where their damage is, how to get certain jobs based on things that I've done so far. That's really my only significant criticism of this game.
so far is just I have a very unreasonably high bar for quality of life because of things like Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler just giving you so many tools to like 100% a game and figure out where things are without spoiling anything and just telling you exactly what to do. So I'm always looking for tools like that in older games, unreasonably so. You know, like when we played Suikoden, I was like, I want the game to further incentivize me to go and recruit the characters because the game is predicated on recruit all the characters, but they don't make it easy to figure out how to do that. And I guess easy isn't the right word. I don't want it to be easy. I like for it to be challenging, but like give me some kind of tool set to at least like, you know, yeah, exactly. Like give me ways to avoid trial and error. I don't want to do guesswork. I'd rather you tell me, like, here's your goal, you figure out how to do it, rather than just, like, have no idea what the goal is. Or, you know, some kind of, like, built-in hint system in the game for various things, rather than just forcing me to go look something up and potentially see a piece of information that I don't want to see from some user-generated resource. That's really the only thing missing from this game. It's hard to be rude. I love the story. I love the characters. I don't have any major criticisms as far as that goes. That could change as we go along. We're only in chapter 3. But yeah, I just wish that this game had a little bit more to go on, and all of that was addressed in Tactics Advance. That's another reason why I am unreasonably pressing those expectations onto here, is because I got that from the last Final Fantasy Tactics game that I played. It's just unfortunately the successor to this game, because I went out of order. But that's pretty much it. I guess my other roast is that like a lot of the jobs have abilities that don't seem very useful, and they're just kind of throwaway, and like, why would I ever use this? All right, my 3 minutes is up. Thank you all for joining me for that. We're going to go back to Final Fantasy Tactics. Welcome back. I need to take my vitamins really quick. I forgot to do that. We also need to run an ad, and I forgot to do that. I don't want to push it another 40 minutes. We are going into another random encounter, so I'm just going to go ahead and run the ad as I get that started. I might have to reset a couple times anyways. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit that ad button. No smash break. No prediction. Just a good old-fashioned 3-minute ad. All right, let me take these vitamins. Platt, I don't know if you're in the ad or not, but I haven't unlocked Calculator yet, so I haven't used it at all. But don't worry, that wasn't a spoiler. I knew that it existed. Okay, let's see if we can get a rando started here. Nope. So yeah, we successfully started a rando on this spot before the break, but unfortunately my one character that can revive people died pretty close to the beginning of the fight. I was playing a little fast and loose because I was getting a little excited. Everybody was throwing out bits and raids were coming through and we were having a good time. So I was kind of just flow stating. Oh, gotta reset again. I need to go turn the little guy's light off. He fell asleep. Good guy. It's nice to not have to wrap him up and tuck him in for a nap. It's very convenient. Just like put him in the place where he's going to be napping. And then he just falls asleep when he falls asleep. And he can like play for a little bit, and then he'll just fall asleep. And then I just go in there and turn the light off. He doesn't need the light off to fall asleep either. He's getting pretty good at it. It was not good at first. At first, he like could not sleep at all if he wasn't wrapped up, but he figured it out very quickly, as he has with most things. I took Gobi to the vet yesterday for some routine stuff, and obviously, when I go anywhere during the day, I have to take the little guy with me, because it's just me here. And this is the second time he's gone to the vet office. He's done great both times, but you know, people always ask like the same questions when they see you with a baby, which is exhausting for me, but I don't hold it against them because I get it. I understand. Like, what else are you gonna do? I guess you could just not ask, but maybe people think that it's rude to not acknowledge the baby. I don't know. It's not like the baby's gonna know. Anyways, this lady was like, "Is that a human baby?" You know, because it's like, I guess, a funny joke to make because you're in a dog place. And I was like, "Yep, that's a human baby." And then, you know, like one of the classic questions, one of the classic lines of questioning is always, "Welcome back from the ads, folks. We're just trying to hit a rando here. We haven't hit one yet. Keep resetting." The classic line of questioning is always like, "How old are they?" Right? Sometimes people ask for the name. They usually don't, which is nice. I don't prefer that. It's like, why do you want to know my baby's name? You're never going to see him again. Yo, it has arrived. That's excellent, Halo Killer. Enjoy. I'm glad it finally got here and that you didn't have to wait all night. The classic line of questioning is always how old, and then they usually ask like about like your sleep. They're like, "Oh, are you getting any sleep, or are they sleeping through the night?" You know, whatever. And this lady asked, "Is he sleeping through the night yet?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." And she was like mad. Like, I swear, a lot of people who have kids, they want to hear that you're having a bad time because they had a bad time too. And they want to like laugh at you a little bit and like tell you that you've made it. So when you tell them that you're like not having a bad time, they're kind of pissed off. And it was actually really funny to me because this lady didn't do the best job of like masking it. She was like, "Ah, you're lucky," but she didn't really mean it. She didn't really mean it. She was like, "Oh, you're lucky." And I was like, "Yes, we are." And she was clearly just like, this dumb young guy thinks everything's easy. He thinks he's got it all figured out. You know, she was pissed. It was so funny. I was lavishing. Cause like, you know, it's not gonna last forever. Like at some point he's not gonna be easy. But like, let us enjoy that he's easy right now. You know, he's already starting to get more complicated. But you didn't sleep at night very well as a baby? I mean, yeah, that's the norm. That is definitely the norm. Yeah, I think for it to be a nightmare is literally the norm. Because like, even like our doctor, like even the pediatrician is like shocked that he sleeps at night as much as he does. Like we understand that it is not common to be in the situation that we're in, and we are not taking it for granted. We're very thankful. But that doesn't mean we can't like be like proud about it. You know, it's not like we did anything to make it happen. That's not the kind of pride I'm talking about. Anyways, that was funny. Okay, we got a different encounter pool here. This should be a lot better. These guys are a little bit dangerous. But they're not nearly as dangerous as the Morbles. So I think what I want to do is, this is a really good spot to corner an enemy, because you can do it with one character. So ideally that would be Roberto. So I'm going to try to send Roberto and maybe one other character this way, so that they come this way, and try to get one of them to go into this corner. It's not likely, but it's possible.
And then we'll probably leave either this guy or the yellow cat for last. Doesn't really matter who. But I'm going to send all the other characters this way. So hopefully the Wraith dudes, or whatever they're called, go the other way. Well, actually, what am I saying? If I'm going to trap the Wraith in the corner, that should be the last character. So I'm going to plan on all of these 3 characters going down. Chronic ear infections. I had the same thing too, Halo Killer. I had tons of ear infections as a little kid. I had lots of ear issues. I was born 2 months early. I had tubes in my ears. And lots of ear infections. Wow, miss and a miss. Okay. Oops. A crit with the flail did 81. Whoo! That was a lot. I didn't have them for that long, though. That's wild that you suffered from them until you were 12. I think I was mostly through that suffering by the time I was like 5 or 6. So I definitely was better off than you were by a mile. That sucks, man. I don't really remember any of it. That's how early on it was. Okay, Matsuo. Guess you're gonna go after this cat. Ramza might actually have to fall back here. Because Roberto's going to need to heal Ramza, and he can't reach him from here. Well, I guess he doesn't need to heal him necessarily. Ramza can status heal himself. So yeah, these will be our 2 characters that we send this way, and then we're going to have to just go for a low accuracy protect or something, which sucks. %78% to get experience this turn. And then Salome, we'll have you go right over here and start dancing. Ted dancing. Wisnabius. Oh, no worries, Halo Killer. Appreciate you being here for whenever time you're here. I don't expect people to prioritize their exciting new game over me. Oh, these guys can, like, teleport around, so I might not be able to trap them at all. They can probably just teleport over me if I corner them. So we probably will need to corner the horned guy. No experience for Roberto. That's unfortunate. We'll see how the internet holds up. Bandwidth is a fascinating thing, isn't it? Okay, Ramza. Let's see. Could take out this guy. His attack's not very high. Only 24% accuracy, though. That's a little scary. So I might have Matsuo kill this cat and have Veronica attack this cat. I could try to push this guy into a corner. That would be interesting. Let's see, if I go here, he'll probably go right here to attack me. Because he won't be able to attack me from here. And if I go here, he probably won't go to any of these 3 tiles. Think about this for a second. I could also go right here. These guys are moving in. Okay, let's do this. Let's move right here. And then heal my poison. Please miss. Okay, good. And then you're probably going to run away. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if Matsuo can reach that blue cat. He cannot. Okay, so that ruins my plan for this turn. %74% and it's not a kill. Well, we can't avoid that. So I think what I'll probably do then is just tag team this cat to make sure that it dies. This might kill it, and then Matsuo can do something else. Perfect. Oh! I didn't even think about that. Perfect. Salome took out that cat. Dancer is sick. Really sick. Alright, and there's that cat taken care of with the counter. Alright, what are you going to do? You're going to go that way. Darn. It's going to be... We're probably going to have to run away from this guy rather than trap him. Because otherwise he'll just end up countering himself to death. So we're just going to try to take out the other characters as quickly as possible. Nice. That was a little sketchy with the accuracy. We can have Salome keep dancing until all the characters but the one are dead. That's totally fine. Yupatel. What a name. Throw Spirit? Oh, I thought it was 21% accuracy. It must have been 21%. Or 80% accuracy. Oh, maybe not, because that one's 57. I don't know what I saw. There was 80. Okay, Veronica's in trouble. Let's see, we can kill that guy, maybe, but I think Ramza only does 32 damage. What's the AT look like? Do I need to wish for Veronica? Annalise. Which one is Annalise? Annalise is the one way up here. Okay. And then when does Veronica get to go? She gets to go next. But, like, when am I going to heal her? Roberto's so far away. Yeah, I probably should have Ramza wish, just to be safe. Hi, Mersu. Because of my bell pepper eating, you had to go to the store at 11 p.m. to get yourself a bell pepper to eat with your breakfast tomorrow morning. Thank you. Now I can have a yummy breakfast. I'm surprised that you're thanking me for that, Mersu, but you're so welcome. Comes off to me as much more of a how dare you. But I'm glad I could be of service. I'm glad you're gonna get your raw veggie serving tomorrow. What color of bell pepper do you like best? I think orange is my favorite. Wait, no. I have to wish. Let's see. So I'm gonna lose 30 HP for this. This is a little dicey, but I think this is the right move. I don't usually eat the green ones raw. That's just what we have right now. I usually prefer the red, yellow, orange, because they're a little bit sweeter. But that green one was actually really good. It wasn't super bitter or like almost kind of like spicy in the nose. Not like spicy hot, but like, you know. You like red. The red one is my favorite to cook with. For sure. The orange ones are the best ones there. Oh, at that particular store? Sure. Or maybe just that particular visit. They were the best looking ones. Yeah, I really like the orange ones. For snacking. But I'll eat any bell pepper. Like a dang apple. Okay. Let's see. What's the AT look like now? Veronica, Salome, Ramza, Matsuo. I'm going to have the higher damage character go after the higher HP enemy and just not really give it too much more thought beyond that. Because this should be a kill. Yeah. And then Salome can keep dancing. Oh, look at those hype hands. So cute. We can keep doing Wisnavius here. And then Ramza, you can take out this character, but we'll have you move away from the horned guy. What's he called? Bone Snatch. There we go. Oh no, he's just a skeleton. He's a regular skeleton. Yeah, so we need to get our characters away from that guy because they're just going to counter him to death, which we don't want. We want him to stay alive as long as possible. So we're going to run away. It's also going to be extra scary because we're going to have to start accumulating to get JP up, which means our counter will do even more damage to him if he manages to hit us. Okay, Roberto, can you kill this guy? Oh, absolutely you can. Alright. Good job, my guy. Alright, and now we can stop doing Wisnavius. And, Salome will have to do something else. Okay, so Veronica needs to run away. She's going to have to throw a stone because she doesn't have Accumulate. So I guess let's stand here. Well, just in case, we'll stand here. And we can't afford to regular attack anybody. We'll definitely kill them. Okay, 82, 82, 100, perfect. We love 100% accuracy. Maybe because she's in a casting state, it increases our accuracy. Okay, so here goes Wisnavius again. So it can go off twice before we get a chance to cancel it. That's kind of interesting. It's good that she's getting EXP, but we don't want to kill this guy. He's still got plenty of HP, so that's fine, but just got to be careful because he's one counter away from eating the big one. This also sucks because we might lose some of these enemy drops, but if they're crystals, that's fine. We just don't want him to take our chests. There are usually not any items to write home about. But still, I'd rather have like an ether or a high potion than nothing. Okay, so now we need to stop dancing. Oh, she does have accumulate. Okay, cool. We can just stand here and accumulate. Forever. That's right. Veronica is the one who doesn't have it. Salome has it. Alright, what are you going to do? Okay, that's fine. Ranged attacks are fine. We won't counter those. So if we're lucky, we can bait him up into this corner and maybe get him into this corner. Or at least trapped in a little bit of a way. Because Roberto could successfully trap him. If it's just Roberto and one other character, we could probably manage it. Are the strength and speed increases from Guts actions just for this battle or permanent? Just for this battle. That would be nuts. Then we'd really be grinding. I also probably wouldn't be doing it because we would have trivialized the game so much at this point. It's a good thing it's not permanent. Yeah, if it was permanent, we would be OP please nerf status. Let's go up here with Matsuo. It's just for the extra JP. That's what we're here for. Yep. So the way you earn experience in this game is based on actions taken, not enemies defeated. So the more actions we take, the more job points we get, and experience, but I'm mostly interested in the job points. If I could turn off EXP right now, I would. So yeah, our goal in these random encounters is to try to leave one enemy alive for as long as possible so that we can just farm a bunch of actions. And waiting for the other enemy like carcasses to expire to pick up items and stuff is mostly like an arbitrary timer that I'm using to decide when the battle ends. But really, you know, there's a lot of situations like the last battle we were in where you can kind of just make it infinite. You can kind of just make it infinite. Okay, I'm going to send Ramza over here because I need somebody reasonably close to these. Because otherwise he'll pick them up instead of me. But yeah, really you could grind infinitely unless you have characters that need MP or a target. But if everybody knows accumulate, you can do it forever. But I usually base it off of the other enemy carcasses expiring and picking up their pickups, or my mage is running out of MP and therefore running out of actions they can earn JP from. 77, 65, 95. We like 95. So yeah, Veronica doesn't know accumulate, so she has to throw rocks at people. And I have to move her because he is now in range. Maybe I'll send her over here too. It seems pretty surefire that if only one character is within movement range of an enemy, that they will absolutely move towards that character. And if every character is outside of their movement web, they will pretty much assuredly move to the position of the closest one. So I'm trying to get him to go towards Roberto. That's what's going on here. Oh, that's right. I already took an action. Okay. So let's see. We'll move Salome as well. Well, no. I want to leave Salome over here. We need two characters. Matsuo is going to get out of here, though. I might change my mind because Salome seems to be the best character for Veronica to throw rocks at. Okay, where is this guy's exact movement range? Okay, so I think I want to move Roberto right here to make sure that he definitely targets Roberto. And then I'll try to bait him kind of more towards a corner. We can do a cure on Salome. And then Rams is just going to stay here. Because not moving means my next turn comes quicker. Alright, here he goes after Roberto. Roberto can't counter. That's why we want Roberto to get attacked. Okay, Matsuo, you need to get out of here. So along the back wall here seems to be good. We'll go over here. It's not as far as we'd like, but it works. We'll risk the accumulate. I say risk because he could end up countering the enemy and one-shotting him. But we're outside movement range for now, so we don't have to worry about that. Ideally, we can keep this going long enough to use up all of Roberto's MP, because he's one of the ones that we most need to increase the job points for. Because we don't want him to spend any more time than he needs to as a Oracle. Okay, I gotta make sure Salome is out of movement range too, because she can counter it as well, and her attack has been boosted a bunch. Alright, Veronica can grab this crystal. And then throw a rock at Ramza. Ooh, 61%? That's horrendous. No other choice, though. Ramza, do me a solid, man. Yay! Friends let friends throw rocks at them, I guess. And then I can turn my back to her. Should help with the rock throws. Okay, now, this is the tricky one. So, where can he go? Okay. So we're going to move Roberto right here. And then he's going to heal himself. And the enemy will probably jump into the AoE of this to get healed himself, which is totally fine. Do-do-do-do-do. Ooh. Oh, he didn't take the bait. That's okay. As long as he doesn't put us in a situation where we counter, I don't care what he does. Alright, and then Matsuo is going to continue to move out of this area. Because his attack is through the roof. Okay, Salome. Let's see here. Where can you go? He cannot get to Salome where she currently is. That's good. Ideally, the goal would be to push him into low health and have the only place for him to go be right here. And then we just put Roberto right here and he's locked forever. But it's going to be very hard to convince him to do that. I think what I need to do with Salome is actually move her over by this other carcass. Because otherwise he'll get it. But unfortunately that means he might go and attack her and force her to counter. Which would end the battle. But there's no getting around that. What's the AT look like? Veronica, Ramza, 2 Ramzas in a row, and then Roberto.
Okay, so I'll probably move Roberto in front of this carcass. That's probably the move. I'll put Roberto right here. So maybe... Maybe I can temporarily move Salome into the corner. Well, I guess if he moved here, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Well, actually, that wouldn't be good. So yeah, let's do this. Let's just see what happens if we do this. If this ruins the whole gambit, so be it. Again, we don't really care that much about what these enemies drop. It's more of a timing thing. It's more of an arbitrary timer than anything. The most important thing is just using up all of Roberto's MP. Alright. Grab this chest. I drop. Oh no, I forgot. I moved too far and now I can't earn JP for her this turn. Shoot. I can't attack a dead body. And I can heal myself, but I don't have any status conditions, so I won't get any JP for it. So I have to just wait. Bummer. That was a bit of a flub on my part. Just a little bit of JP that we miss out on. It's not the end of the world, though. We've already got a great head start on Ninja, and we don't even know if the Osmosis JP that she's giving out is going to the characters that don't have it unlocked, so... Not a huge deal. We're going to be spending a lot of time with Ninja in the future. Roberto is definitely the most important one here. Wild that Ramza just got to go twice in a row there. I guess that's from yelling. Okay, so Roberto's gonna go over here to stop this guy from getting this whatever drop this is. Wait, hold on. He can't reach that crystal, can he? No. No. He probably won't go for it. If he can attack Roberto. So we're going to go over here. And then... can heal Salome. Okay, and then we will throw a rock before we move. And then we'll grab this crystal. Interesting that you can just choose not to restore your HP or MP. Very unexpected choice to be given. Okay, glad that wasn't a crit. Also glad that we got Regenerator. I guess I don't need to move Matsuo. He can just sit here and accumulate till we're done. This is our last grind battle, folks. Okay, now let's see here. So I kind of want to move him. I want him to go towards this corner. So we'll have Salome grab this crystal. So that he can't get it. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. She might just counter kill this guy now. Her attack isn't that high, but she's accumulated so many times that she might actually be able to do 102 on a counter now. I shouldn't have done that.
Let's see. Let's throw a stone at Roberto. Yeah, 38 HP on a throw stone. Yikes. Let's not do that. I have to just accumulate again at this point. That's okay. We're pretty much at the point that we're done with this. I just would like for Roberto to go a little bit longer. To make sure we're definitely good on Oracle, because I don't want him to have to spend another battle as an Oracle. What's the AT look like here? Okay, good. Roberto gets to go again. Oh, but Salome doesn't get to go again. Yeah. Is there any world? Oh, yes. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This is going to be a wild play here. I'm going to try to go over here and increase Salome's speed and see if I can get her another turn. Oh, I can't reach. Are you serious? Look at that range. Why can't I reach? Oh, man. All right. Well, I tried. I was going to try to get her turn to come up before his turn so I could get her out of there. Okay. Veronica's going to have to move so she can throw a rock. We just have to pray that whoever the skeleton attacks doesn't counter. It's not a sure thing, so we just have to hope. No, I don't want to move. Okay, so Roberto's going to get to go, and Rams is going to get to go again. Oh, wait, I can just have... Well, no, that won't really help me. I guess, okay, here's what we're going to try. So, Roberto is going to move... Maybe I'll just let him corner Roberto. Maybe that's the move. Yeah. That makes it a little bit easier. When is this going to go off, actually? Okay, we're banking on a lot of what ifs here. A lot of what ifs. But we're gonna go for something here. I'm gonna cast Cure on this tile. Yes, I could plat. However, it's a fairly low probability success rate. It's usually somewhere between like 60 and 80. Sometimes it's like 90. But I'm gonna go for this kind of YOLO idea here. Okay. So, let's see. Do I have a lateral range of 3 on Yell? Yes. Okay. So, I'm going to move right here. Right? Yep. So we're going to move over here. And we're going to yell at Salome. Is it 100% in TA? Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, and you have a chance to miss on, like, revive spells and stuff, too. Yes, it worked! It worked! Okay, she was next in the turn order, but after the enemy, so I was praying that
raising her speed would let her go before him. So now, I'm hoping that he will, well, we're probably screwed because of Veronica. He's probably going to go after Veronica instead of Roberto. So we're not going to get everything that we want, but hopefully the lower accuracy will mean that she doesn't counter him. But yeah, we're kind of screwed here. Too bad I don't have a way to like stop him in place. Yo, what's up, Hessian? I love Bit Brigade. I guess I could also... Well, no, I wouldn't want to... Yeah, because I don't want her to get targeted by him because her attack is so high. But, I don't know. He's probably going to end the battle either way. And even if I move Salome in the way of this cure, it's still not going to get him any JP. I was hoping that the enemy would come up here to absorb the cure and take the free attack, but he's probably going to go after Veronica. We'll just see what happens here. Maybe we'll get lucky and she won't counter. Do you have a favorite Bit Brigade game, Hessian? How many times have you seen them? Or I guess maybe you've never seen them. Just because you have the shirt doesn't necessarily mean you've seen them live. Maybe you're just a fan of their albums and their videos. DuckTales or Mega Man 2? Great choices. I think Mega Man 2... Mega Man 2 was definitely my favorite of theirs for a while. And it's still definitely one of my favorites. Watching Mike drum is just so satisfying. Okay, perfect. He's using a ranged attack. Okay, so the battle is still alive. Usually see them twice a year. Nice. So they come through your town fairly regularly. That's great. Magfest and whenever they come near Philly. Oh, nice. You're near Philly. Cool. Okay, Ramza's almost dead. Okay, what's your movement web? Okay, perfect. So Ramza's actually going to go towards Roberto. This will give Roberto someone to heal. Actually, I'm going to yell at Roberto. Because Roberto is the most important person to get actions here. Yeah, I usually see them when they're at MagFest too, because I'm pretty much always at MagFest, but I missed MagFest this year because baby. And I'll probably miss next MagFest because baby as well, but we'll see. Alright, so Veronica is the one who can't be by herself. So what kind of odds are we looking at here with a throw stone? 89? I'll take those odds. Unless you summon a grandma. Yep, I don't have any of those. Well, I guess I do on the ladies' side. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Matsuo's good. He's chilling. He's just accumulating. But the lady has never been to MagFest, and she's really wanted to go. So I think that'll happen sooner rather than later. Especially since she got a little shortchanged on VGMCon this year. If the band got into MagFest, then that would definitely clinch it. We would absolutely be there as a family this year. We did apply, so we'll see what happens. I feel like we're definitely due to be invited back. It's been a long time. 10 years. Okay, this is good. Let's see. I need to move Ramza right here. Yell at Roberto again.
And I guess... this is a little dicey. He's probably going to go over here, which is ultimately good, as long as Roberto goes off before he gets to Ramza, which he should. There's our cure. I'm intentionally using a low-level cure despite how low his health is so that I can do more of them for more JP. Alright, so we got that just in time. Alright, and he did get countered, but luckily he's still alive. Now that he's over here where we want him to be, we're going to get Ramza the heck out of here. Alright, so where's your movement? Let's check your movement. Yeah, baby. I love how accidentally aptly named Accumulate is. And what the heck, we'll give a speed to Matsuo, because Ramza definitely doesn't need any more for this battle. Okay, and then, let's see. I might have Roberto actually heal the enemy. Because I don't really have another surefire way for him to gain GP, or JP. So let's just do this. And hopefully he'll just come right up here and stand in front of me for the rest of the battle. That's kind of what we're hoping for. Just for safety, I'll move Matsuo and Ramza further. Oh, that's right. I probably have to move Veronica. I don't think she can stone from here. Yeah, she's super far away. So we need to move her closer to Salome. You weren't a huge fan of the F-Zero set. Super Mario World is well done. Yeah, I love the Super Mario World set. I definitely get where you're coming from with F-Zero. I think the problem is just that, like, the game isn't paced out in like a super interesting way with the songs that are available. Like it's not their fault. It's cool aesthetically with like the constant mode 7 type of look. But like, you know, you got Big Blue and you got Arrow Dive, but like the other songs aren't that great, and like the interstitial songs don't get me hyped in the same way that the interstitial songs do in, like, you know, the other ones. Oh, no! He's weak against Cure Magic. I killed him. Whatever. As long as we're done with Oracle, I'm fine. I just want to be done with Oracle for Roberto. 16,000 gil for that battle. Holy moly. But yeah, I guess I never decided on what my favorite Bit Brigade set is. I think my favorite one is probably Zelda. The way that they structure the Zelda and Metroid ones to include songs from other games in the franchise is just so cool. And I'm just such a Zelda nerd that there's just so much there for me to love. And it's also probably one of the most compelling ones gameplay-wise. Like, as far as, like, how impressive and intense it is. Yeah, and that's the same reason why I like the Mario one so much, too. Is because there's just so much material. There's so few repeats. It's really smart of them. It seems like it's kind of a direction that they're going in. I love both of those. I think I need to hear the Mario one a couple more times before I put it in like my top 3. I want to see Batman again too. I've only seen Batman one time. But yeah, Zelda's probably my favorite. It's like both musically and gameplay wise, probably my favorite. And I think number 2 is Mega Man 2, just because those tunes are so satisfying to watch be executed. I don't have as much like I don't have any nostalgia for Mega Man 2, and I don't put that soundtrack quite on the pedestal that other people in the VGM scene do, but I do recognize that it's a fantastic soundtrack. I just love watching them play it. Mostly Mike's drumming. Okay, we need to decide what changes we're making here. Did Ramza get far enough in Thief? Yes, he did. Okay, so Ramza's going to become a ninja immediately. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden I love from like a theatrical and gameplay standpoint. Like all of like the cutscenes with like the dialogue and stuff, like the crowd gets so into it and it's so like dramatic. And the gameplay is so intense. But I don't love the soundtrack as much as I love the other ones. Like it's a great soundtrack. It doesn't like pull at my heartstrings in the way that some of those other ones do. So that probably stops that one from being in like my top. And Castlevania is great. I love Castlevania. Castlevania, I love the music, but the gameplay is less compelling for me to watch. Okay, let's see. Do we want to learn anything from Ninja right off the bat? Also, do we think that we've been earning JP silently? I think probably yes. I think we're just going to go straight for 2 swords. I don't think we're going to go for anything else. So we're just going to save up for 2 swords. If we want to stay a ninja after 2 swords, then we can. But for now, we're going to go straight for 2 swords. Oh, we have JP up on. That's excellent. What were we using before? Oh, probably armor. Armored ninja could be really fun. But I don't know if we're gonna need it yet. Because I think we are actually gonna do one more rando. I lied. Let's see. We'll come back to Ramza. Okay, so now the question is, are we keeping Veronica as a ninja to continue to flush the JP towards everybody? I think the answer is yes. She's almost at enough for 2 swords herself, and this will increase the JP gain rate for everybody as a ninja too. So I think we'll just leave that alone. That's working out well. Now, this is the big question here. Is Roberto done with Oracle? No, he's not. I really wanted to get him to level 4. I think what we'll... Oh my god, calculator! We got it! We got it. Okay, how did we get it? Scholarly warrior who creates a phenomenon through math, using math skill to drive away the target. Okay. Now, this isn't something that I plan to use. I know that you can, like, break the game with this. I'm not interested in doing that. I just want access to all the jobs. So, level 4 priest, level 4 wizard, level 3 time mage, and level 3 oracle. Alright, so now we know the conditions. I have a little spreadsheet where I'm keeping track of this stuff. Alright, is this the first one that's required 4 job classes? Yeah, it is. This is the first job that has required 4 different masteries to open up. So the only one left is Bard. We gotta figure out how to get Bard. But we're on our way. Well, actually the fact that level 3 Oracle got me this, that makes me feel better about switching away from Oracle right away. So we're gonna go straight to Mediator. I feel pretty confident that Mediator probably leads me towards Bard. And Roberto's quest is to master all things magical anyways. And this is also a potential long-term path for him, is White Mage with a gun. So, let's see here. He should be good there. I don't think we want him to learn any Oracle skills or Mediator skills. They all kind of suck. Let's take a look at Mediator real quick. So, let's see. It's kind of like Dancer, but with single target. Maybe I should assume that these are like Dancer skills and they just always hit. I'm just assuming that they have really low accuracy rate, but after what we saw with Dancer, maybe I shouldn't assume that. I'm going to give myself 1 to try, just so we can find out. Receive Gil, Berserk, Sleep, Lower Faith, Raise Faith, Lower Brave. I think Lower Brave is probably the most useful. Resetting CT sounds great situationally, but I think Lower Brave will be more consistent. And eventually it might be nice to go for Equip Gun. But I gotta know. He'll probably... We'll leave him in this role for a while. His final path could be like, you know, Bard with a gun. You know, that he borrows from Mediator kind of thing. That would be pretty sick. So we're gonna go for Threaten. And his goal now is to stay Mediator until he has enough for Equip Gun. And then hopefully we can go into Bard after that. Hopefully we can figure out Bard. What can a calculator do? Calculate level. What does that mean? Calculate height. Guide selected item in prime number. Selected item. Guide selected items in multiples of 5. So these are all things that you'd have to like couple with something else. Excess HP is shared with party. Oh, wow, that's a really cool skill, actually. This would be a great thing to give a white mage, potentially, too. EXP up? Wow, I could see a lot of people rushing calculator just to get this. Move, get JP? Excuse me? Wow. Okay. That would be a good one to go for, too. Because you could combine this with JP up. It's in a different slot. It would be really hard to give up move +2. But if we're so powerful that we don't need to go anywhere. Or like, you know, if we're in a grinding mission where we don't need to move very far, I guess. Move +2 is more important in the story fights. Okay. Right on. I think we're going to leave all this as is for now. Let me just make sure that he has a gun equipped. Yeah. But I want to swap his equipment here. We want to go for the MP build. There we go. A little risky, but... Okay, Matsuo, are you staying a samurai? We could really, really go all in on ninja. That might be a good play. Because he's going to function pretty much the same way. Does he have equip armor from Knight? He doesn't. That's the thing that we're going to be missing the most. We don't want to have 3 glass cannons running around, especially not in a story fight. It would be really nice to have one tanky guy as a samurai that we could kind of use as bait and throw out where we need. But I'm anxious to get somebody back with the blood sword in their hand. which I could technically give him now, he would just take a cut to his attack. But if he's going to be the, like, jump in the fray sponge, maybe that's the play. Let's see. So yeah, he would lose 2 attack points, but he would heal himself every time he attacks and every time he counters. So that might be worth it, especially if we're going into another grind fight anyways. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's more of a story fight thing. We can decide that once we see what the next story fight is. How about that? And then Salome is definitely going to stay as a dancer. Maybe we can teach her another one. Let's see. The one that we got is the damaging one. Lowering all enemies' MP seems really good. Slow is also great. Physical attack is also great. Random status is fun, but not necessary. As curious as I am about Fly, I think we have to focus on these first because they're very, very good. Especially knowing that they're free and apparently can't miss. Or at least the damaging one can't miss. Do I want to go for lowering physical attack or taking away MP? I guess I don't have to choose. I have 394 points. Okay, so let's get the one that lowers MP. Let's get the one that lowers physical attack. Welcome back, Gad. Math is life. I'm a math enjoyer. I'm a math lover. It took me a very long time to understand how math could be applicable to real life. It took till basically like a couple of years after I was done being forced to learn math, unfortunately, to arrive at that point. I wish I would have had that inspiration while I was being forced to learn math. But I did eventually get there. I guess that's not entirely true. When I started playing music, I immediately saw the benefits of being math inclined. Okay, we'll get the one that lowers speed as our last one. Math enjoyers unite. Yeah, I was... I've told this story a couple of times before, so I apologize if this is a repeat for some of you. But when I was in school, I think this is fairly common, but maybe it's not. There's like an advanced math class, and then there's like a regular math class, like within each grade that's the same grade. So like some of the kids are in the like higher level one, and some of them are in like the standard one, right? And I was always in the upper math class. You know, like I don't know how they decide. I guess it's like your standardized test scores that we would do every year. They would figure out who was going to go where based on that or something. And I was always in like the upper math class, and I didn't think of myself as like, I'm so good at math or whatever. I just knew that there were two, and I knew what the other kids in the other math class were doing, and I was like, oh, I'm ahead of them. And I was always that way until 7th grade. And I don't remember... Oh, because 7th grade was pre-algebra for the upper class, I think. Or maybe it was algebra 1 and pre-algebra was 6th? I can't remember. Either way, it was like algebra was happening, and it wasn't just a basic arithmetic anymore, and you had to like critically think a little bit more. We're going to save in slot 12. Sorry, let me write this down really quick and I'll continue my math story. Save slot 12. This is post Aragway reclass. And JP spend pre-Dorter. Okay, we're going back to Dorter. I'm going to do a little shoppa shoppa. And, oh, the math story. Okay, so, I should probably buy a couple more of these, huh? Now that we have so many ninjas. Let's take a look here. So Roberto's not going to take a twist headband, but Ramza is. So let's buy one more of these. So we need 2 of these for Ramza. Right? Because this is a samurai sword. Samurai. Yeah. So we're going to buy 2 more of these for Ramza. I could buy 1 more for Veronica instead of the flail. But the flail's kind of fun. Because it's like axe range. And then... let's see. We don't want that. And we don't want that. Okay, we're good on that. I don't think I want to change around any of my accessories still. I'm still fairly committed to the wizard mantle for now. Probably have to let it go at some point, but... attack power 4. Attack power 8. Wow. I do want to start messing around with these a little bit, but I haven't taught it to anybody yet. Let's take 10 of these. And 2 of each of the balls. Because balls are supposed to be in sets of 2. Okay, so I was always in the smart math class until 7th grade, and then I like hit a wall, and I didn't just like naturally succeed at math anymore, because I was like the kid that never studied or never practiced and like didn't do homework a lot of the times, that kind of thing. I was really annoying like that. And then I like got to a point where I would have had to study and like practice really hard, so I like naturally didn't. I was like, oh, there's probably just some weird reason why I'm not also naturally good at this math, so I'll just fail instead. Sorry, I'll catch up on chat in a second. And when I got to the end of 7th grade, I don't remember if it was the math teacher or my homeroom teacher or whatever, but they like sat me down and they were like, hey, you technically passed this math class and you can go on to the next grade and continue to stay in like the upper math class, but it's like the next level up of the thing that you just did and you clearly don't get it. So we recommend that you next year take this math class again. And it was like a bit of a hit to my pride, but I also like was like intoxicated in my laziness brain, and I was like, oh cool, I can just do the same math class again and I don't have to learn anything new. So sure, I'll do the same math class again, and nobody's gonna think that I'm like getting held back or whatever and like make fun of me or whatever, right? So I go into 8th grade and do pre-algebra again, and like the first half of the year it was exactly the same, and then over Christmas break, right before we went back to school, or like right as we were going back to school, I got my first guitar. That's what I asked for Christmas that year in 8th grade, was my first guitar. And I started playing guitar. And after I had been playing guitar, like, for a couple of months, and by the time I got to the end of the school year, something had shifted around in my brain and clicked, and suddenly algebra made sense. And I hadn't, like, studied or gone to a tutor or practiced anything. And by the time I got to 9th grade, and I was in, like, Algebra 1, it was just, it just made sense. I was back to not having to study or think or anything. It was just like, boom, I get it. And as I learned more and more musical stuff, like, not really music theory, because I didn't learn any music theory until I went to college. I knew, like, the most bare bones basic stuff, but it wasn't, like, taught to me. It was just kind of like osmosis. But just, like, learning how to learn songs and, like, reading tablature and, like, messing around in Finale, but not knowing how to read notation really, and like, learning shapes on the guitar somehow made algebra make sense. Okay, we're about to get hit with an ad break. I guess I'm gonna... I don't know what to do here. We're, like, weirdly off the hour. I've kind of been off my game with ads today. In elementary school, you were good... Oh, wait, I missed Platinum's chat from earlier. The dancer's name's Salome. Salome is the name of a woman who called for the head of John the Baptist in some of the Gospels, and she was said to be a dancer. Huh! What do you know? Had no idea. That's pretty cool. Okay, let me see if I want to give anybody the ability to throw stuff. Oh, first I need to equip. So we're going to give 2 hidden knives to Ramza. Unfortunately, I don't have a better dagger for Salome. So the Platina dagger it is. And then we have one more twist headband for Ramza. He doesn't need MP. Okay, and then I think what I want to do is swap Matsuo to the blood sword. He'll take a cut in damage, but he'll be able to heal himself with counterattacks, which will be great for him to, like, kind of jump into the fray and be a damage sponge in the upcoming story fights. But I think we are going to take one more random encounter before we get there, unfortunately, which means no story progress today. Most likely. So I apologize to the folks that were looking forward to that. This is going to be save slot 13. And this is going to be... Well, actually, I may end up eating crow here, because I don't know if we can get in a random encounter on this next tile. Post, Dorter, shops, and equips. And what is this next area here? The next area is... Oh yeah, we can probably get a rando here. Pre-Zaklaus. So yeah, since we got to go through here, and we're kind of on this quest, we might as well take the rando here. Okay. Back to the chat. In elementary school, you were good enough at math that you could solve any elementary school problem just by looking at it, so you never did homework or learned to apply any effort required. Yeah, no discipline. And then when math actually got hard and you had to study, you were incapable of that and you started failing. Yeah, that sounds pretty similar to what happened to me, D. Holmes. And that happened to me in, like, lots of other subjects, too. It wasn't just a math thing. Like, I never studied, I never had to study in, like, the early years. I had, like, I guess just, like, natural acumen that carried me, or luck or something. And then, you know, eventually you would hit a sticking point for that subject. It came at different times for different subjects. I think history was actually the first subject that forced me to learn to study, because it was just memorization. / like, just listening and paying attention in class.
Because there was like, because I remember in high school I got so fed up with how many things we had to memorize in history that I just buckled down and memorized them. And then there was also like a critical thinking aspect of it, because the teacher wanted to make sure that you couldn't just memorize all the dates or names or whatever and like ace the test. So she would put like an essay question as well that would require some level of critical thinking, where she would basically ask you to explain some type of why. You know, so it's like, okay, this particular situation was happening. Why did that happen? Or explain to me why this person did this certain thing, you know? And you'd have to give like a... It was basically like a check to see if people were paying attention kind of question. You know, you were basically trying to prove that you understood the actual breadth of a certain subject. And I got stonewalled by enough of those where I was like, okay, I have to actually listen. Have we done a battle here before? This does not look familiar, so maybe this is a new battlefield. I think I might just have everybody stand still on turn 1 and have them just move towards me. Ideally, we will have this skeleton be the last person standing. The bull demon is a little scary. But none of these enemies are going to be able to move very far, so I kind of want to just stand here and take a free turn. So let me yell at... I guess I'll just yell myself. Nintendo taking a year to meet demands did not turn out to be successful. Oh, you're just referring to the Switch 2 situation, Halo Killer? Yeah, I mean, there's so much that goes into it that's out of their control, so... It's too bad that a trade war had to erupt while they were trying to hang low and build up resources or whatever. Okay, can we get a 100 accuracy here? Perfect. Never really recovered from that situation. You went to college for computer science, so you had to take a bunch of hard math classes and you had a really hard time. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the skill of studying is definitely like an art, just as much as it is a skill, and like most arts and skills, it becomes more and more difficult as we get older. Threaten now! That's awesome. I guess we can try a protect here, because we have a lot of targets. Okay, we're getting hit with an ad. I'm just gonna stay right here. Okay, looks like the best I can do is 3 targets. We got an 88, a 77, and a 79. As long as once one of those goes off, we get experience. Or wait, I guess I could have tried to shoot the bomb. I could probably shoot him from this range. I forgot I have a gun. Alright, Matsuo can accumulate. All 4 major retailers already sold out. Nintendo Direct purchase may not arrive by the launch date. Oh, did you get it directly from Nintendo, Halo Killer? I wasn't even aware that you could get it directly from Nintendo. Okay, let's try... Let's try lowering the enemy's speed. Haven't done any math for like 6-ish years and you've forgotten all of it. Yeah, that stuff does fade away really, really quickly, too. It's kind of scary how quickly some of that stuff disappears. Alright, we got 2 of the 3. Good job, Roberto.
Okay, Ramza's already getting his second turn. How far can you move? Alright, he can just barely reach Ramza. This guy can't reach any of us. I think I want to hang tight for another turn here. Let's yell at Roberto. Roberto's still kind of like our most important person that we're trying to fast track right now. I feel like Roberto is farthest away from his final job configuration out of everybody right now. Time for a slow dance, baby. Whoa, that was weird with like the Doppler effect. That's crazy. It just hits everybody for free. What's the meme? I can't keep getting away with this. Whoa, never got a degree. Holy moly. Sorry, that was phrased wrong. It's totally fine that you didn't get a degree. I was just remarking the gravity of how much the studying thing got your goat. So if you go back, you're starting from scratch. Yeah, that sucks, man. Welcome back from the ad, folks. You didn't miss much. We're just talking about school and studying. Okay. Not close enough to threaten. Can I shoot you? Yeah. This is our first time having a guy mediator as well. So, new costume. Alright, you can accumulate again, Matsuo. You hated courses based on memorizing? Yeah, I feel like most people do, because I think you feel like a little bit patronized. Like, memorization is an important skill, but it's definitely overemphasized. Well, I haven't been in a school program in a very long time. It felt overemphasized at the time when we were in school. Maybe it's better now. I'm a bit of a doomer, so I'm inclined to think that it's the same or worse. Alright, let's do Poka Poka now. For John Candy. Rip. This is an interesting battlefield. It's just like a super long tunnel with no major terrain variation. Look at those little bombs! He missed. You loved history, you were great at learning, but it also did not have the discipline to do the homework, so you got bad grades anyways. Yeah, history is probably like #1 or #2 as far as subjects that I wish I appreciated as much then as I do now. But also it's just weird to think about like how truncated and potentially incorrect a lot of the history we learned was. Took a correspondence course for calculus, and that's when you started hitting a wall. Yeah, calculus was a wall for me too, but luckily my senior year of high school was pre-calculus. So I was just like, all I have to do is just get through this. I don't really need to understand this. I just need to pass the class, and then I'm going to music school. Let's see. Veronica, I guess you can go over here and go after this guy. That makes sense, especially since she can't accumulate. Whoo! We are whipping people, y'all. Ninja's really gonna break the game, I think. Okay, so it can miss. But we did get one of them, so we do get JP. Good job, Salome. That's good info. Well, now we can just wait around again while we wait for them to show up. Is anybody missing any HP? Oh yeah, we can put 2 HP on these boys right here. That's worth it for the perfect accuracy. Let's Let's yell at... Actually, I'm just going to yell at Roberto again, I think. Well, no. I'll yell at Salome. We'll spread it around a little bit. A different color bull demon. Are they? You like the idea of reasoning and trying to understand why historical events happen. Yeah, I feel like that's the most important part of history class, but it's lost on kids. Like, you always hear about critical thinking being focused on in, like, English, it seems like, is usually the biggest area where critical thinking is focused on. But it seems like history should maybe be the one where it's most focused on. Definitely important in English too, but really important in history. Because we didn't really start having those kinds of discussions in history class until we were basically out of high school. Where you're really kind of like feeling like, well, why did they do that? That's so stupid. Or like, oh hey, this is just like when that other thing happened. Why did they make that mistake again? You know, stuff like that. But like in like 5th and 6th grade, that's not happening. But they're also like not teaching that. I don't know, it's an interesting conversation. Like, this kind of like plays into like a larger thing that I've been thinking about now that I have a kid who's gonna learn things. Where like a lot of things that are made for kids, or like most things that are made for kids, are to some degree patronizing. And most of where this is coming from is related to like kids entertainment, like kids music and like kids shows are like really like weirdly patronizing and like set weird expectations in the real world. I was listening to an interview with Jacob Collier recently. It was one of my favorite interviews, maybe my favorite interview that I've ever heard. I always like listening to him talk, but this was a particularly interesting conversation, and he spoke to that, and I was like, yes! I was like so glad to hear somebody else kind of like say it in a way more eloquently than I can, because he's an incredibly gifted speaker. He has a really, really fascinating way with words. And let's see, I don't have anybody to cure now, so let's go for a shell, I guess. Pretty good odds there. Veronica, you're gonna have to come back over here and start throwing rocks again. But yeah, he was talking about how like kids entertainment is like it's like so off the wall, exaggerated, wacky, zany, colorful, loud, never doing the same thing for too long kind of thing to like try to grab the kid's attention span and keep them locked in. But then they can't get that anywhere else. You know? So he's like, oh, well, my kid's like glued to his tablet all the time. And it's like, well, yeah, because nothing else is stimulating him at the level of that. You know, you've set that as like the expectation for holding attention rather than like, you know, going outside and like looking at like bugs in the grass or something. You know, I'm not trying to like wax poetic about kids need to go outside or anything, but just like the amount of stimulation and like the type of stimulation, you know, like they get to a point where like nothing is enough. Like just listening to music isn't enough, or just like dancing or going for a walk isn't enough. Like it's really interesting to think about. I need to catch up on chat here. Covered the basic difference EQ during... Oh, okay, you're talking about stuff that I don't understand. That's cool. The names of those classes make my head hurt. Yeah, me too, Halo Killer. Yeah, I don't understand anything about coding. I'm glad I don't have to. I'm an art person. Whoops it, caps lock. Amazing. Yeah, I don't know how all those bombs missed. Veronica is kind of OP, you're right. Skipped a lot of homework in high school because you were barely doing work. You were already working 3 to 5 hours every day. Oh, wow. And homework was only 10% of the total grade. Man, I wish my grading rubric would have been like that. Mine was more like 40%, if I remember correctly. The music school had a calculus class. I did actually take the math class at our school, Gad. Yeah, Chris. McSmith College of Stuff. That's incredible. Yeah, Chris was an amazing guy. I loved him. I wish he taught stuff other than math. But I was very glad that I took that class. It just fulfilled like a credit need that I had, and I was like, I'm not going to have to try in this class at all. I already know that I'm going to understand like all of the math that we're going to go over in this class. So I'm not going to have to like study or... And I think it was even set up in such a way where like you knew what the homework assignments were ahead of time. So I just like went through the whole book and did all the assignments like while we were in class because they were so simple. And so whenever the homework would get assigned, it was like already done in like a piece of paper that I just like tucked in the book and I would just turn it in. I almost got to the point where I would do my friends because it was just so mindless. But I never did. I never went that far. Yeah, critical thinking is woke. Oh, these are dark times, aren't they, Platinum? Yeah, that is a good pick, Plat. I've never seen Last Airbender, but I have heard that enough from people I trust to know that it is most likely true. Hard to compete with smartphones and tablets. Yeah. It's like, well, it's actually like not even just hard to compete, it's like impossible to compete. And adults have this problem too. Like, we're glued to our phones too, so like we shouldn't be surprised. Like, we have unrealistic attention span standards too, for the same reasons. But for some reason there's like a cognitive dissonance to like realizing that it starts with kids, or that maybe it's a little bit worse. Well, this is a very interesting map to grind on. I love that we can just hang out over here and wait for these short-range guys to try to get to us while we goof around and gain JP. Nice. Oh, those guys only have 1 MP, so we can't do that again. Why would they have 1 MP? That's so strange. Can I shoot you from here? Not quite. But I am missing 2 HP. Am I taking damage from the rain or something? How do we have any HP missing? Alright, we're going to switch Salome to accumulating now. For the sure thing. Oh, yes, I think you're right, Platt. I think that's what's happening. We're leveling up. It's convenient, actually. Yeah, rain damage. That's the only thing I could think of, but no, Platt's got it. That's it. That's what it is. If you ever have kids, you're going to be the most uncool dad ever. Restricting screen time, making them watch old TV shows, and going outside. No smartphone. Yeah. It's hard. It's going to be really hard. You just have to know that, like, the kid will eventually understand the reason why those things happened. Or I guess maybe you have to hope that they will understand and do your best to make sure that they grow up to understand those things. But yeah, they probably will resent it and not understand it in the moment. Unless you're really lucky. So that blows. You'd be interested to hear what I try to do with my kid to regard screen time. Yeah, I'll let you know. If I have any breakthroughs, I'll be sure to share. I'm not one to gatekeep knowledge that should be free and available. And, you know, with how starved we are for good, well-rounded people, I'll definitely be very excited to share stuff like that if it's successful. Alright, well, we can at least cure Salome from Veronica's rock throws. So we'll keep doing that. Alright, I think it might finally time to start changing our formation here. What I want to do is go after the Bull Demon first, because they're actually pretty scary. But I also need to stay somewhat near these bomb carcasses so I can try to get the crystals. But I don't want to be in range of a direct attack from this guy, because I don't want him to counter kill himself. So let's move Ramza over here. Or actually, I guess I can go all the way over here, can't I? That should bait this guy. I can accumulate. Thank you, Platt. I'm privileged to have been able to wait until I felt prepared enough mentally and physically to do a good job of that before having a child. So I'm very grateful for that. Why not just unequip counter? 'Cause I'm lazy. That's pretty much it. Maybe a small amount of fear that I'll forget to put it back on when we're in an important fight. And also, like, it's nice for getting rid of the early enemies that we want to kill. But it would probably be worth unequipping it to get the most out of the grind. Because, like, right here, I'm glad that I have it. I might be able to, like, you know, one-shot that guy or whatever. Okay, where can you go? Okay, he can go to Ramza, but not where Veronica's gonna go. Alright, so Veronica is gonna come over here. Wallop this guy. Yeah, it's like it's averaging those two together, which is a really strange way. And I think we'll go over here, because what's your range? It's pretty small, right? Yeah. Should be able to shoot him from here. Yeah. And guns don't miss in this universe, which is wild. You get to learn a lot before you do the parenting thing. Yeah, that's a huge, huge boon. Some people haven't even figured themselves out before they have a kid, so count yourself lucky in that regard. Yeah, interesting is one way to describe our times, for certain. Let's go here with Matsuo. Matsuo's gonna hit like an absolute freight train if anybody comes near him. He's accumulated like 9 times. Okay, and then Ramza is hopefully going to attack this guy and then move on. I'll take 88. Perfect. He takes the second attack even though he's dead. That's awesome. That's our first time seeing that. Okay, where can you go? Okay, I don't think he can reach the crystal. I think that is legitimately the extent of his movement range. So I'm going to go right here, just outside of it. Salome, you're just going to stand here and accumulate. Oh, there's a lot of equipment slots in that game, huh? Yeah, I could see that being overwhelming. Especially if the game, like, incentivizes you to, like, shift around and experiment. Let's see. We're basically just gonna run away from this guy. So I can have Veronica start to come towards this other bomb carcass, I guess. No, not wait. And then you can throw a stone at Salome, who cannot dodge rocks, apparently. But we love that for her and ourselves. Okay, we're going to attack you. Alright, what are you going to do, Iros? Okay, cool. Ranged attack on Ramza. Love it. Accumulate. Yeah, we really do. We really do need to work on that, don't we, Platt? Let's see. This is a little bit of an unfortunate situation. I want to stay close to this so that I can get it. But he might come over here and get countered. I also need to heal myself. He could probably kill me. So I guess we'll just have to leave this crystal behind. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's actually not bad at all. So let's just go way over here and yell at somebody. Vulnerable to all rock attacks? Better than being vulnerable to jazz attacks. Oh, you're still playing Sea of Stars. Yeah, finish that up, dude. That won't take you that long, and that's totally worth it. I loved Sea of Stars. Alright, so he might take that crystal. It's not really a big deal if he does. Jazz is on your next on your list of weaknesses. I didn't know you were in a jazz band, Clazy. It's pretty cool. Okay, I really don't want to put Veronica right here because a Veronica counter will probably kill that guy. So I think I gotta just let him have this crystal. Which is totally fine. I'd rather let him have a crystal than a chest. Maybe I'll just come over here and wallop this guy. Alright, I'll take this. Yeah. Because he actually needs to heal. Yeah, well, I like Jazz Fusion a lot better than straight ahead jazz personally. I think it's become, at least in the VGM scene, it's a lot less sacrilege to call fusion jazz. You're not going to really make anybody mad. There's not a lot of straight ahead jazzers in the VGM scene. Most people just shorthand fusion to jazz, actually. But fusion, you still hear fusion a lot. It's like interchangeable, I guess I should say, not shorthand. Nice dodge. And then the counter for the kill. Alright. Alright, and now we are in position. You'd follow me a second time just from that comment? Thank you so much. The double follow. A tier 2 follow, if you will. Okay, he didn't go for the crystal, which is kind of weird. I guess because he's not missing that much HP. We want Roberto to be hanging out with this guy. Ideally. and not really anybody else. If we have our way. Let's see, what's his web? Alright, so you can stay still for one more turn. Yo, thank you so much, Platt. Thanks for coming through for the raid and hanging out for so long and having good things to share and chat about. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, don't forget to eat. We can pretend that we're intellectuals and that we understand all these high-minded concepts and that we're being super mindful about all these things, but also fulfill your basic needs like food, air, and water, please. Don't let those fall by the wayside. I guess I'll just heal Veronica. That works. Doesn't matter what I do as long as I do something. I really want to go grab this crystal, but it's actually going to end up hurting me. And I can stay here for one more turn and yell at myself. I love that I can't make a wish for myself, but I can yell at myself. They were really cooking when they thought about that. Seems a little backwards. Veronica has to throw rocks, so she needs to come back over here. Because we like to throw rocks at Salome, because she doesn't dodge like the others. Alright, he still hasn't moved yet, so we can yell again. We'll yell at Veronica this time. Okay, he still hasn't moved. We're good to stay in this spot until he moves. He'll probably use his next turn to go for the crystal. I don't think he can resist. Which I totally don't care. He's going to get his 1 MP back, and he's going to get 3 or 4 HP. But we get more actions by standing still. That's why we're doing that. Roberto's going to have nothing to do here, though. Okay, he can heal Salome. We just got to move. Also, making them come to me was really nice because their dead bodies weren't scattered all over the place. Like if we had gone like super offensive at the beginning and spread out. So that'll save me some time too. Yeah, that's wild that he's just passing on the crystal. We haven't seen any enemy do that either. Is it because he's weak against undead magic and he can't be healed by it? Surely he can still be healed by the crystal.
By the light of the crystal.
Yeah, I think I need to get a new thing that I sit on. I think this one is just taking too much damage and it's flat. Okay. Can he reach me over there? Yes, he can. So I'm going to go over here. And I will yell at myself. Yeah, it could just be RNG. It seems like it would be too hard for them to program the AI to like look at how much HP can be restored and then like weigh that with the option of being able to attack someone instead. Alright, we gotta go over here. It seems like they would more likely just program it to be like, if can gain HP, gain HP. Alright, Veronica throws rocks at Salome. I want to live, but I want to kill more than I want to live. That is a hilarious way to frame that. Okay, Matsuo can stay still. Matsuo would absolutely one-shot this guy, so we gotta be careful. Alright, and Roberto can do a heal here. Does he go right after Ramza here? Oh, we get like a whole nother cycle here. We have so much speed on him, it's absurd. Okay, so I can grab the crystal, but then he can get to me if I grab the crystal, which means he has a chance to counter. Or force me to counter, rather. So we're gonna go over here instead. No, that wasn't planned, Clacy. These are all randomly generated names. Matsuo started out as like an archer and a whole bunch of other stuff, and he just kind of ended up at samurai. But it does seem very fitting, doesn't it? Alright, I'll throw out an accumulate here. I guess we've ended up with two accidentally appropriate names now. It was also very cute for a while, like Veronica and Roberto are kind of like Latinish sounding names. And they were like the white mage and the black mage for a while. Or they were chemists together. So they were kind of like a cute little set. Okay, let's check his range one more time. Okay, we're good to stay here. Basically, I want to stand still whenever possible. Okay, Veronica. I need to make sure Veronica can throw stones at Salome, but I don't want her to push her into his movement range. So let's go over here just in case that happens again. Well, okay. Good thing we planned for that. I'm just going to stay here. Look how many actions we're getting before he gets to go. That's so wild. I got to make sure if I do more grinding in the future that I focus on yelling at the beginning. That definitely has made a huge difference. Oh, shoot. Don't counter, don't counter, don't counter. Oh, I don't think she can counter on this. Oh, she missed. Thank God. Okay, because she's done nothing but accumulate for like the past 6 turns. So that could have been bad. Okay, now we're going to move all these characters probably just straight back. And just have him follow us while Ramza picks up this stuff finally. So, let's see. Does anybody need Heelys? Ah, she does. Okay. When does this go off? It goes off after her turn. Okay, so I'll cast it on her and then move her. Unit. Wait. Okay, yeah, he can't reach me. So we stay still. Okay, Matsuo, you're gonna move full range. Accumulate again. I'm gonna try to strike the final blow with Matsuo just because I want to see how much damage it's gonna do. It's gotta be like over 200, 300 at this point. There we go. Go ahead, Ramza. Actually, can we go for this closer one first? Yeah. Okay, so we'll go here. And yell. So once we finish up this battle, we will close it out here for the day, folks. Just in case you were wondering. Okay, so Roberto's casting on us, so we need to just move all the way. There's the cure. Love song. Alright, Roberto can do one more spell. But he can also physically attack, so that doesn't necessarily mean the battle's over. As long as people can still gain JP, we'll keep going here. Okay, Veronica, why don't you go over here? Should be able to throw stone just fine from there. I really like this battlefield. It's very convenient for grinding. This also might be the first time that we've had a random encounter on a new battlefield before ever having a story battle there. I really don't think we've had a battle here before. Maybe we had a battle here, but it was a different battlefield because it was story related or something. The name seems super familiar, but this battlefield doesn't look familiar at all. Okay. Let's see. He's gonna go... He's gonna... Well, actually, I don't know what he's gonna go for. It's actually probably a good idea for me to not heal all three of these characters on this turn. Because I'm gonna need... Well, no, because this is my last cure spell. Okay, so, sure, this is fine. I have no spells left after this. Only physical attacks. We're almost done here. Beautiful. We don't get more JP for healing more targets or anything like that. It's just satisfying. Alright, where are you going? Okay. Doesn't matter if this hits. We got our regenerator. Good for you. I guess I'll just stand still. There's no reason for me to go over there. Might get a few more actions. I can just accumulate out now. No reason to yell anymore. I guess I'll have Veronica move away a little bit, because he might come towards her. Oh shoot, but now I can't do this. Alright, so she's going to lose one action. That's unfortunate. Just to have the turns order in such a way. We'll shoot this guy and then move. So that Roberto can keep getting points. Okay, and then want to keep these two ladies close together. Because Veronica needs Salome. And cursor memory would be really nice. Maybe there is cursor memory and I need to reset it. It's usually a feature that I turn on in RPGs because you end up repeating actions a lot. I don't want to kill this guy yet, as tempting as it is, so let's come way back here. I love that we're just making him, like, chase us all over creation for his own demise. Like he's chasing us around yelling, "Kill me," or something. And we don't want to. Toying with him. Sorry, just getting some water. Alright. Depending on when this skull switches over to a crystal, he may go for that one. Now that his health is considerably lower. This will not kill him, so we're going to shoot him again. And he can't reach me, so we're going to stay here. Alright, he's going after Roberto. He can reach me with magic, but not direct attacks. That's all that matters. Dude, Regenerator is goated. It's so good. Also, I just realized that we're in a desert and it's raining. That's kind of wild. Isn't that, like, unheard of? Ramza gets so many turns. It's bonkers. With the amount of experience and, like, job prowess that we've got from this little grinding route that I've spent the last couple of streams doing, I don't feel like we're gonna need to do any grinding for a long time. I could be immediately proven wrong by some absurd story mission, but we're so versatile and strong right now. It's kind of nutty. Okay, we'll go ahead and shoot you again, and then walk. As far as I can. Can he reach you, Matsuo? No, so you can stand still for one more turn. Ramza gets to go like every other person's turn. There's the crystal. Okay, he's still in range of that. He can't pick it up, but if I move somebody onto it, he'll be able to reach them. And we don't want that. So, Veronica, you can just hang out here for one more turn. Don't kill Salome, okay? Thanks. Alright, let's see if he goes after Matsuo or if he goes after the crystal. He's 2 turns away from both. Oh, Ramza's going to go again, of course. Alright, he's going for the... Oh, okay, he can reach her with a spell. Got it. Alright, I think we're good to end this on the next cycle here. Let's see, Roberto won't be able to do anything unless he shoots somebody this turn, so I need to get him over here. I'm worried that he's not going to be able to shoot him from there. Maybe from here? If not, I'll just shoot Matsuo. Well, actually, he might not be able to shoot Matsuo from that close. I might just need to take the sure thing and shoot Matsuo. Sorry, Matsuo. You understand, right? You just keep accumulating, my guy. Good job, Ramza. I guess maybe I'll just keep doing this until he counter-kills himself. Maybe that's the best thing to do. Okay, good. I was worried she was going to take fall damage from that. That's why I was worried. Well, I need to move Veronica now. Well, actually, is Salome going to go soon? Yeah, okay. She's next. Never mind, we'll stay here. Whoa, a trap on the field? That's never happened before. We knew that it could be a thing, but it's never happened before. She's gonna be okay, Gobi. She's alright. Nima's hiding in the closet. It's not looking rainy out there, but there must be a storm system nearby. Nima's not happy. Alright, we'll just shoot Matsuo again, because he can take it. He's got armor on, right? He's fine. This is very fitting that we get this optimized grind here, because this is going to be our last grind. Possibly ever, but definitely for a really, really, really long time. Like, I will not grind again in this game unless I get forced to. And based on how much we've gained through this process, I don't think we'll be forced to. Unless there's some like really stupid gimmicky fight where we need to like get a very specific skill that we haven't worked towards, and somebody needs to spend a certain amount of time as a certain job to get everybody to learn some immunity or something. You know, some stupid thing like that. But we're so incredibly well-rounded right now. I feel like we could pivot to just about anything. At least anything that I could imagine. But I don't know what all this game has in store for us. Based on how that boss fight went against Quecklane, I feel like there's definitely a lot of things that that could be unpredictable. Alright, he's finally going to take the crystal and heal himself. Oh, not throw stone, accumulate. Okay, do I want to move Roberto close? I think I need to just stay here and keep shooting Matsuo. Because we'll take out the enemy before Matsuo's health gets low. Okay, her health is getting a little bit low. So I need to make sure that she doesn't get attacked. But the throw stone is fine. We'll probably just have Veronica be the bait now. This should be good. And then he can hopefully just trigger Veronica's counter for the end of it all. Obviously I could just walk right up to his face and take him out, but this seems like the most optimized way to do it. Unless he doesn't go after Veronica, then, you know, I'll just whack him with Matsuo and do like 1,000 million damage. Those are getting a little spooky though, because there's a small chance that we crit. Okay, yeah, he's going for the ranged attack. Probably because the enemy AI can see the counter possibility. Or maybe it's just an accuracy check. That was more accurate than attacking face-to-face. That could also be it. Should I just end it? I think I should. Let's just get it over with. This won't even kill him anyways. I'm gonna have to hit him a couple times. Alright, Salome, you can just stay right here. And maybe we'll get the counter kill here from Veronica. He should go for it. I'm like massively in extra innings overtime right now, so I won't do the formation stuff where I like do the JP spins and stuff. I'm going to do all that off stream. And I'll give you all a rundown of it tomorrow after we start. So as soon as this battle is over, we'll get the heck out of here. I'm actually going to go ahead and start looking for a raid target. Because we're almost done here. Okay, please don't kill Matsuo. Okay. No more of those. I think I know where we're going. But let's take a look. Alright, let's finish it off here. Come on, Veronica. There we go. Alright, excellent fight. Absolutely perfect mint condition fight. We got so much there. We are going to raid the wonderful, inimitable Karkala, because Karkala is playing .hack. I freaked out when I saw her go live earlier. I was on a BRB for like an ad or something. And I was like, oh my god, .hack. I love that series so much. She's never played it before. She's starting fresh with part 1. I want to go check in and see what she's thinking so far. So that's going to do it for us today here at B-Boys HQ. I'll be back tomorrow with more Final Fantasy Tactics starting at 11:30 a.m. Central. And we'll be streaming on Sunday with the lady. She'll join me and we'll be playing Grim Fandango. First playthrough. Very excited. We play cozy point and click games together whenever the sub goal gets met, and y'all met the sub goal today, so thank you very much to everybody who contributed today. We had a lot of help and hype. Thank you for the little hype train we had. We had bits coming in, we had subs coming in, so thank y'all. I really appreciate that. The support super helps. Let's see. I'm gonna hit this button, and then I'm gonna hit this button to take us out. Oh, and I need to start the raid. But yeah, appreciate y'all being here. Today was really fun. Our grind is finally over, I promise. I know I said that probably 2 streams ago and a couple times since, but we're actually done now. We get to move on with the story first thing at the top of the stream tomorrow as soon as we start the game. So if you've been jonesing for that, I myself have as well. We're finally gonna get there. Yeah, I think that's all I got for you. Suikoden 4 VODs are going up on YouTube if you want to watch those. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday VODs go up on YouTube. I'll be all caught up after Suikoden 4 is done, which is really exciting. And then there'll be a bit of a break until I finish this game, and then I'll work on the VODs for this game. Anyways, let's go say hi to Karkala. No tips, no backseating, no fun facts, just like here. This is her first playthrough. She wants to be completely insulated and not know anything that the game doesn't show. So we're going to go say hi, see how .hack is going, and y'all be good. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe Sunday. Peace.
Well, I destroyed it. Aw, Austin, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody, to the first day of .hack, a game.
I got you your favorite
The
flesh
game.
dungeon.
Yeah, thanks. We just walked into a dungeon and it's some type of body we're inside of. Hey, Clacy. Welcome. I hope you had a good tactics day. I went past it. The death. Poison. HP decreases with time. Alright, I'm supposed to be using that stupid thing. What is that? Egg? Welp. I don't know if I'm supposed to be destroying them, but I am. Oh good, more death. Surely this won't go wrong. Hey Holy Dad, welcome. This might be the only playthrough you're more feral for than Dark Cloud, really? Well, I guess that's good. Ah, I got an item from...